And now we're going to go on to the superintendent's report. Um, Before we begin the superintendent's report, I just want to put uh, some parameters up for us. So the way I understand this report is going to happen is it's actually going to be several individuals that are going to give their report. I mean, give the report. So it's mini presentations. So what we're going to do for each presentation is we're going to do rounds. Okay. So kind of like we did when we had the study sessions. So we're going to start with 5 questions for each person, and we'll do a round. And then if you have additional questions, we'll do another round until we exhaust it. And then what will happen is once exhausted, we'll have the next presenter come up and do their presentation, and then we'll start the round sequences over again. But that should allow everybody to ask what they want. Please listen to what your colleagues are asking so we're not asking the same question twice. And also, please, while you're asking these questions, um, please try very hard to limit commentary and be succinct as possible as you can with your question. That said, Dr. Hurst, uh, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir, and Board of Trustees. If we can put up the presentation, please. I just want to share with the Board of Trustees and for the public, there's going to be 2 main speakers this morning that really speaks about instruction and then operations. However, when it comes down to questions, we have a number of executive cabinet who are our panelists who will be responding to questions. And then we also have Mr. Booker that's going to be responding to mostly the operational questions. Finally, we have Dr. Panatino, who also will be responding to questions. So if you could just go to the next slide, please. I simply wanted to open up and just share with everyone the timeline and just to provide a perspective for our community. In looking at the timeline, you could see when the decision was made by the board, that was May the 5th for in-person learning. I just want to speak about this for a second. I've been very clear about this, and I have shared with my staff and all employees that in-person learning is in-person learning for all students, all adults. So I wanted to make that very clear to everyone. Also wanted to share with you part of this timeline so that you're aware. I arrived as the new superintendent on May 17th. The last day of our school year was June the 9th. Principals, teachers were working hard up until that date. Teachers' last day was June the 9th. They left the area. I mention that so you understand that there was a lot of work that was happening in these work groups, which began the next week. The 14th to the 21st is when we started those instructional core groups, SEL, also operations and community engagement groups. From there, our principals were working really hard in a summer school program. And I share that to share with you, the public, that the planning that has happened in those groups, even though we're trying to involve as many people as possible in the planning process, some of the key people that were working hard in summer school and who are not available because they were not here, those teachers, some of the fine details were not happening. What's happening now, though, you see principals are returning, they were back. We had a very collaborative conversation today. We were able to get into some of the details. And I just share this all with you to let you know that our team has been working extremely hard. I want to acknowledge them and honor them for their hard work. But I also want to share that with the public, and I shared this yesterday, just for patience with our teams. They are working hard. We're trying to get answers out to everyone. I appreciate this opportunity to get questions, as many questions as the board has, and to get answers as well. But I wanted to share with you that we're working hard, we're getting answers out, and more answers will be coming to you. So I wanted to just open up that way. And if we can go to the next slide, we're going to turn this portion over to our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Louisa Martin.
Good evening, everyone. I really want to start by focusing on our educational services and really what we're focusing on right now, which we've actually already started with our principals today, which is on centering relationships, addressing whole child needs, empowering teams to reimagine, rebuild systems, making teaching and learning relevant and rigorous, and strengthening staff partnerships. We, like Dr. Hurst named, we had a very powerful professional development today, and we'll continue tomorrow, and have already started working on these. Next slide. And so some of the things we've already talked about and mentioned before, but really again addressed today during professional development and are expecting to see at schools are really a focus on centering relationships. So talking about how can we welcome back our families through home visits, phone calls, texts, and even family nights. We've also discussed how we would like schools to ensure that schools are open for families to be able to come and see the school before actually coming back. Many of our students have not been on campus at all, ever, especially our kindergarten students or new students to West Contra Costa. So how are we really welcoming our families? We had a panel of students and parents today at our PD actually talking about the importance of centering relationships and how important this is to them. Addressing whole child needs. We talked about individualized learning plans, really focusing in on positive behavior systems, interventions that we like to see in schools. We really spent a lot of time today talking about SEL and daily classroom circles. We are currently looking at 4 different SEL curriculums. Some are already being piloted in schools, and the goal is to have SEL curriculum up and running within the next week or so. Restorative justice practices. We also talked about this and how important this is for our school and for our school community. We are going to be offering more professional development to our principals and our teachers around, and the Ed Services team talked about this today, to really help teachers and staff. Principals mentioned, we've talked about restorative justice before, but we need to continue having this conversation and ensure it's actually implemented in school sites. And so that's going to be a focus of our professional development. So we've already started naming how we're going to address whole child needs. Strengthening staff partnerships, staffing and partnerships. So we've talked about the importance of acceleration and intervention. How do we offer one-on-one tutoring and opportunities for our struggling students? So tomorrow we're actually going to be digging into some data to actually identify students who actually already might fall into this category, especially even as we think about students who could have been chronically absent even during distance learning. And how do we support those students, and what are the supports we need to put in place to engage them one-on-one and get them back up to speed, and thinking about our learning loss and how do we really interrupt the fact that we've had students who have not been in school over a year. We talked about, we're going to be focusing on expanded learning and how do we extend the after school day, or ensuring that funds that are given to our after school programs, how is that actually being used to support reading and math goals for our students? And so we actually spent some time talking about those partnerships and how do we really focus on the data to ensure that we're offering the best expanded learning opportunities. Continue to increase partnerships. We've increased counselors already. This has already happened. Increase of counselors, reduced class size, and the start time, which is also on the bell schedules that are actually on the website and on the district website. The schedules are up and there are later start times for our schools. And so this helps support our students to be able to ensure that they're back in class. And so it's a part of SB 328. And we really want to ensure that our students have the opportunity to engage. And so we're not starting school so early in the morning. And so we've already put that in place, which is why all our schedules were changed for this upcoming school year. Relevant and rigorous teaching. We've already had foundational professional development for our teachers through Readers and Writers Workshop, which was put on already this summer by Christy Resignio. And we are going to really refocus on culturally responsive teaching, and really addressing equity, racism, and bias in the classroom. We're also going to be doing some readings at central office and also in our schools with our teachers and our principals to really address, how are we really going to ensure that we're interrupting implicit bias and racism and privilege in the classroom. We're really going to be focusing on student agency because it's really up to the student to have a voice. And even the panel today of students talked about how important it is to listen to them and engage with them to know what they actually need in their learning, what they need in terms of their social emotional development. And then we have equity grading was a conversation that started last year, and there's nothing here yet because we want to continue to have a conversation with principals around what does it mean to do equity grading. And so this is something that we're going to continue working on into the school year. Acceleration and intervention, this kind of goes back to the slide before, but just really focusing on tutoring, interventions, and supports for our students in reading and in math. And then really thinking about how we're reimagining and rebuilding teams. We spent a great deal of time today talking about care teams and the importance of care teams and the importance of climate teams and how those teams can really support your school and identifying students who need support, identifying families who are in need or need support. And so if those teams are not in place, then it's really hard to triage and offer support if you don't have the teams in place or the structure to ensure that you're looking at the data. So we did talk about the importance of having care teams in every school and also having climate teams, which we also named could be in IoT and a part of other teams that might already exist at school sites. We did talk about a great deal today around really spending the first 6 weeks focusing on culture and climate. So what we're asking is that 30 minutes per week on an SEL curriculum, and then at least every day you are spending time having circles or some type of community building in your classroom. And there were many resources provided today to support with that. Instructional focus plan. We started to develop an instructional focus plan, really thinking about the Ed Services team around what are the teaching practices, leadership practices, and organizational practices we really want to see in our schools to ensure that we're holding ourselves accountable as an Ed Services team, but also what does that look like to ensure that we have what we want to see in schools in front of principals. We need to have a vision in which everyone is aligned to. And principals know where we're going, teachers know where we're going. And so the start of this instructional focus plan is really a reimagining and rebuilding the system and doing that together. And they're actually going to spend some time tomorrow talking about what are the best instructional practices we would want to see in a school to really move instruction for our students. Dr. Hurst, would you like me to talk about Virtual Academy?
Yes, can you please?
Okay. So our virtual academy is up and running. Currently, we have about 70 students who have completed an intent and interest form. The school is actually set up in Power School, and we actually now have students who are being enrolled. Principal McCormick is back from vacation, and students are being enrolled and meeting with her to do their engagement to ensure that it is the proper setting for them. And this also includes engagement with Kristen Hardy, who's actually looking at the intent forms to ensure that our students who have IEPs, to ensure that they have an IEP meeting, and then to identify if in fact Virtual Academy is the appropriate fit for them. I have seen a lot of questions regarding if there's space, and this is really about demand. And so we as a district are committed to putting more teachers there. It's more around if there is the demand, then we will in fact put more teachers at the Virtual Academy. And so that is the goal. But currently right now, when I checked the enrollment yesterday, we were at 70 families who had requested, who had completed the intent to return form. And so we're making good headway. Families are being contacted and families will be enrolled because we want to make sure that our families are in the system, enrolled in school before the first day. All right.
Now, at this point, I'm not sure if the board wants to pause because we're getting ready to go into the operations component. So I'm not sure if the board wants to ask questions on this component first.
Yes, Dr. Hurst. So we're going to break these things out so they're a little more digestible for the board. So, Trustee Reckler, you're kicking this off. Um, remember, board, 5 questions at a time, right? So we have to go to another round to get all your questions out. We will, but please be as succinct as possible too. You got the floor, Trustee Reckler.
Great, thank you so much. So my first question is, would you be able to please explain to the audience what SEL is?
Social emotional learning.
And would you be able to describe it a little bit? I mean, I'm sure we've got, I'm sure there's a lot of parents on the line that may not, fully understand what that is. So would you be able to just briefly?
So social emotional learning is really addressing, the well-being of the child. So social emotional learning is really dealing with how a child needs support around their emotions. If they're dealing with anxiety, understanding their own needs as a learner, really learning how to deal with peer interactions. How do you engage in the classroom appropriately? So it's really teaching about the social skills needed to engage in a classroom and social skills needed to engage outside of a classroom. So it's also, teaching self-regulation. How do you manage your emotions as a child? How do you engage with your peers, your teachers? What does it mean to be caring, to be tolerant, to be patient? And so the goal of a social emotional learning program is to really support teachers with helping students manage their emotions and their feelings that they might be experiencing in school with their peers, or even family dynamics that may be going on at home.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For the next question, so we have a 6-week culture and climate plan, and would you be able to explain for the different levels, however you see them, perhaps it's just elementary, perhaps it's middle, perhaps it's high, but for however you see the natural breaks, would you be able to describe what you think it's going to look like inside the classroom? And would you be able to describe who's going to carry the work? Is it you handing curriculum off and training, or is it the school that decides what's best for them? Like, could you expand on that, please? And then for the parent and the student, what might the first 6 weeks look like? What might they expect?
Sorry, Trustee Reckler. So I would say in terms of what that looks like for us, we have principal training, principal professional development. It's going to be twice a month. So there's the first layer of training principals on the first 6 weeks, and they receive some of that today, but we need to go more in depth around what that looks like for the full 6 weeks. And then the goal is that principals would then in turn be using their time with teachers on Wednesdays, on minimum days, to really support them in engaging around social emotional learning of the first 6 weeks. So if you're thinking about the first week, we're talking about the first part that we discussed today was really around how do you engage with families? How do you have one-on-one meetings with families? How do you call families? We actually went over a script today to actually talk about what that engagement should look like and the importance of having this engagement with families. We also talked about, as a leader, how do you set the expectations for students when they come in the building? So it's really around how do you set the norms that you want to see? And that's really around being safe, being responsible, being respectful. And so it's really reculturing your school, your students, to being back in the classroom every day. And they are actually going to spend more time on that tomorrow. And we also gave PowerPoints, we gave slide decks, and we gave a ton of resources to help support with this with their teachers. And then it's really around the expectation that you're actually doing circles with your students the first week, and not just the first week, but really around the first 3 weeks. You're really spending time engaging with families, having SEL curriculum every day, doing circles with your students in which you're asking students around how they feel about being back, anxiety they may be feeling, concerns they may have, what they're happy about. And so it's really trying to re-engage and set norms and expectations. When you're thinking about elementary school, you're also thinking about how are adults modeling for students the expectations that they want to see in the classroom. And so, what does it mean to now go to the restroom safely, given our, we're in a pandemic? What does it mean to actually walk in the hallway? What does it mean to actually, how do you actually sit in the cafeteria now, given what Mr. Booker is getting ready to present? So you're actually teaching those routines to our students. And this would be the same essentially for high school as well, obviously on a much more adult level, because we're talking about high school students, but you're also just reteaching these skills and norms that you want to see. What are the expectations? And then you're also talking about how are you doing positive reinforcement? If students are off task, how do you redirect students in a way to where we're not having students leave the classroom? We want to ensure that our students are in the classroom every day learning. So it's also reinforcing these behaviors and ensuring that we're providing the positive reinforcement to keep our students in the classroom. So over the first 6 weeks, you should actually see that type of instruction in the classroom. Parents should receive outreach. They should be receiving phone calls. Students should be renorming themselves with the expectations in the classroom. And we should be using an SEO curriculum, because that is the goal, is that we're going to be using an SEO curriculum, that we're going to be having circles every day in which we're engaging students on their feelings and emotions. We're also going to be implementing a screener, a universal screener to actually assess where our students are and then determine based on that data, what are some next steps for each school site to support students in the classroom.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the plan is quite broad, and I feel that, so first of all, everyone who can speak or is speaking or has the ability to speak, would they be able to mute themselves and check? It sounds like somebody is either humming or snoring. Sorry. But so if everybody could check so that we could just get it quiet. Okay, I think we've got it cleared up now. Thank you. The plan is quite broad and is aspirational, and I love it. What parts do you think specifically will happen right in the beginning, and what do you think you're going to grow into over time? Are there things that students and parents and teachers should know not to expect right away? Or can you give us a little bit about that?
Could you say that again, Trustee Reckler? I'm not sure I quite understand your question.
Well, the plan is quite broad, and let's take things like home visits and stuff like that. Given the kick up of the Delta virus, not really sure we'd be sending people out. Maybe not. I mean, so would that be immediate, or would that be something into the future? Would it be aspirational? So that's the kind of thing I'm trying to ask, is like, what would we expect right away? And what might we grow into over time?
When I say home visits, Trustee Reckler, I am saying it doesn't have to be in the home. So we're definitely not expecting to send people out. This can actually be a Zoom one-on-one meeting. This can actually be a phone call to the families. So this is really around, parents should be expecting right away that they are being engaged from the school community. What are your hopes and dreams for your child? What are you worried about? What are some concerns you have? What are you expecting from the school community? Are really things that we worked on today and actually did a script on, and actually had people model this and actually engage with another partner. And so parents for the first couple of weeks should really be expecting this outreach, not in their home per se, unless a school has staff and really feels like there's a student whose family they're unable to reach, or a student has not engaged back in school. Then we do want to go to the next level of what that support looks like for that family in particular who has not been able to be reached. And so it's really around just engaging with families the first 2 weeks and getting to know the family and re-engage them with the school community.
Okay, thank you.
And let me also just add, Trustee Reckler, that the 6-week plan is actually broken down into bite-sized steps. It's just, I could share it with you, but it's really, it is broad, but you're repeating the same things over and over again over a 6-week process, getting to a point that at the end of the 6 weeks, if we walked into a school, students would know the behavior expectations. Students would know what it means to be redirected. Students would have had a process in which they were able to set norms with the teacher in the classroom. And SEL curriculum and circles would be embedded in the school culture. So it's really a progression, but really doing the same things over and over again every 6 weeks until it is embedded in the school culture.
President Phillips, so sorry, Ms. Martin, for interrupting. I believe our interpreter was muted. So I just wanted to make sure that she's unmuted so that she's able to translate.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Can somebody please take care of that? And that's a good break. We're going to go to the next trustee. And then Trustee Reckler, if you have additional questions, we'll loop back around. Trustee Smith-Folds. Oh, no problem, ma'am. Trustee Smith-Folds, you're up.
Dr. Hurst, I have a question. And President Phil, this is before I start. I'm just trying to organize myself. Dr. Hurst, I have categories. Could you tell me what's the most appropriate to ask now? Health and safety, I know, is Mr. Booker. I have school culture and climate, daily operations, teachers and administrators, and that's the last one, teachers and administrators, and academic questions.
So Trustee Smith-Folds, what we're doing is that the questions are based on the reports that just happened. So what Ms. Martin just did, shoot, and then the next presentation that comes up, when Booker, for example, comes up, he'll do health and safety.
Exactly. So thank you, President Phillips. I understand that is what we're doing. I'm just trying to get a little clarification from the superintendent. Superintendent, the presentation that Ms. Martin just gave, it covers a lot, but will these other things that I just said be covered, these categories, and which category should I ask Ms. Martin in now? That's all I'm asking for is clarification.
Thank you. So I think you can expect certainly safety, COVID safety coming up, and Mr. Booker is going to be talking about that.
Okay, so Ms. Martin, if I'm just going to kind of start and then let's just see how we go. When teachers are allowed back on campus, when are teachers allowed back on campus to go into their classes? Is this a site to site or standardized in the district?
No, this is standardized. Teachers are returning at the same time. And there's teachers who returned today. So there were teachers on campus today. Our middle college, the teachers returned earlier. And so there are teachers currently back on campus.
Thank you. And you said that when are we training for training teachers in SEL? You said that's happening currently, correct?
No. I'm saying that we're training the principals right now on really what social emotional learning is. The goal is that the principals, when they have their professional development with teachers, they're taking back that learning to their school campus to really support their teachers in that as well.
Okay, thank you. What training will be mandated around anti-racism, equity, or cultural relevance? Do we have mandated trainings around those?
I do not believe there are mandated trainings. If somebody else wants to answer that from executive cabinet.
So I can share, Trustee Smith-Folds, that that's certainly part of our plan. And I shared that as part of the vision. But we are not planning the first part of the school year to engage in that conversation, but it is part of our vision and our work.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you please walk me through a faculty meeting?
A faculty meeting?
Yes, ma'am. So like, will the faculty meetings be in person? Will they be on Zoom? Will they be staggered? Will a faculty meeting, have we had those conversations with site principals yet? Or is that a site to site decision?
That is definitely going to be a district decision, but I think it would be more appropriate for Mr. Booker to talk about meetings around safety first before I answer that question.
Thank you so much. I will move that question to Mr. Booker. I appreciate that. And the last one in this round, Are times being built in schedules for teachers to create independent study packets? What does site independent study look like at the elementary, middle, and high school levels?
Are you talking about independent study in which they can be gone for 15 days, short-term independent study?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is on a case-by-case basis, depending on if a parent requests that. So once a request comes in from a parent to actually go on independent study for 15 days, which is short-term, then a packet and work is then created at that time. But it's not created before that time, because independent study requests can come in at different times.
Thank you for that.
Mhm.
We're going to go to the next trustee, which is Mr. Christian.
Yes, the question I have is, and it's going back to, can you elaborate on strengthening and staffing the partnership?
So it's really around how do we ensure that our teams at our schools are really strong, our care team and our climate and culture team. This was something, the climate team was something that was attempted to be started last year and the year before last. And so we really want to bring that back to focus on, you know, how do we really look at the systems that are in place in terms of supports for our students? And how does our care team, once we identify that a student is struggling or in need, how does the care team intervene? And then what systems and practices are the climate team putting in place to really support teachers with social emotional learning, RJ? So essentially your climate team would be the team providing the professional development and support to our teachers. And so when I say teams, that is really what we're talking about. And we're also talking about the fact that we have multiple partners in the district. And so what does it look like to ensure that the partners that are working in our schools are actually aligned to the vision and mission of the district, and really working to reduce chronic absenteeism, really working to reduce suspensions. And so it's really about aligning those partnerships and strengthening those partnerships so that we're actually moving in the same direction. And so that is the goal, and that's something that we're working on in Ed Services. With Martine and LaShante, my team, we're actually thinking about like, how do we strengthen these relationships to ensure that this is the best support for our students and for our teachers. And so that is part of the work.
Okay, and then the relationship is like community-based organizations?
Well, the relationship is the relationship between the partners, the climate team, the care team with the families. Right. And so it's really around like, how do all of these climate team, care team, the partners that we have, how are they building these relationships with the families and our students and supporting them in their academic success?
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it.
Go to the next trustee, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Martin. Thank you for the report. I have a lot of questions for you, so I'm going to start with some good ones. And I do have, I'm probably going to have a few rounds. So first one is about ELD. Are we blocking for ELD and therefore switching classrooms, or are we doing it in-house?
That is a great question. And what I'm going to say is that I'm going to get back to you on that. I have an opinion and a thought about it, but that has not been something that has been brought to me yet. In many schools, they do ELD blocked off. And in some schools, they do it as something that they figure out internally, depending on their schedule. Is there a request that it is blocked off or built into their schedule, or is there a particular request or thought behind that in terms of ELD?
Is that a question back, Ms.
Yes,
Martin,
it is.
it
is.
No, I mean, I definitely want to leave the decisions for you all as the experts, but I definitely think it's a question that teachers are wondering, because majority of our flatland schools do 50 minutes of ELD on a daily basis, and majority of them block. as that was kind of previously the best practice in our
Got it.
district, with a large number of English language learners.
Right. Thank you. That's what I
No,
wanted
thank
to
you.
know. What was the need or want from the community or from the teachers? And so it sounds like the 50-minute block was something that was working. So that's definitely something that Ed Services will talk about, and then I'll come back to you with an answer.
Thank you. Yeah, my question is based more on the exposure of classrooms, right, and kids with each other. Thank you for that, for getting back to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
My next question will be, since we are respecting a certain number of feet for social distancing in our guidelines, are we allowing teachers to still do small groups? And what about, and are teachers who have classrooms with double desks able to do small groups?
Mhm. I would say the answer to that is yes. And I will let Mr. Booker speak more about that. But yes, small group instruction, one-on-one instruction, even with double desks, should still be possible in a classroom setting.
Great, thank you for that.
Mhm.
You mentioned that we're providing teachers with resources and a curriculum for the first 6 weeks of school for social emotional, and you and I have talked about this before as well. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind mentioning some of the resources and curriculum that is being provided for them.
Sorry, I was pulling it up.
No problem.
I don't know them off the top of my head. The first one is Sanford Harmony, which is for elementary schools. Second Step and Caring School Communities, which will be for elementary and middle schools. And then Wayfinder and School Connect, which will be for our middle school and high schools.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for splitting it that way.
Yes, and they are all online as well. So teachers will be able to access the curriculum online and use the resources online, which I think is will be very helpful, especially if there were ever a need to pivot.
Perfect. My next question is kind of like a double question, so I'll end after this question. Do students need to bring their own supplies, or because teachers had to give so many supplies away last year to students, are they being replaced? And if so, how? Because I know there's a lot of teachers watching that had to do that. So if that's the case, I want them to know how they can order or replace their supplies to give to students, or if they have to tell families that they have to bring their own supplies.
Well, I do know that some schools have put up supply lists. I have seen them from some of our schools. So it seems as though that is a case by case and a school by school sort of idea. And so I do know that some schools have put up supply lists, and that is a part of their school culture to request supplies. I do know that we should also be ensuring that if our teachers are purchasing supplies or have purchased supplies, that we have a process for reimbursing them for those supplies within a limit. And so I need to find out what that limit is, but that is what I believe the process should be. And I can work with my principals on that as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martin. And for sites that don't have principals, who should they contact to replace supplies or to order them at the moment?
Currently me.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Martin. President Phillips, that's it for this round for me.
Okay. Trustee Reckler, you got any more?
Yes, I do. Thanks so much. So if we can jump back to alternative methods of study. So if you could describe the virtual academy, if you could describe any long-term independent study options, a short-term independent study option, and then, you know, I'm never afraid to admit what I don't know, but how does this differ from what Vista normally does in its instruction? So I guess when would you apply to Vista versus these other options?
Bobby, can you put up the Vista?
Can I just jump in for just a second, because I'm noticing trustees are doing this. And part of the reason that we're asking questions, all of these is for the answers to get out to the public. So please ask one question at a time. And because when we ask like 3 questions in one, the questions are not necessarily all being answered by the staff. So we make sure we ask one question, stop, let them answer, and then ask the second question. It might be a little easier for people to follow.
Bobby, are you able to put up the Vista? Because I can answer it if everything is on the slide deck.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm going to get it.
Okay. It's actually linked. I can answer the question. I believe the first question was around the short-term independent study. So as Bobby's pulling it up, I'll talk about short-term independent study. So short-term independent study is 15 days. You can only request short-term independent study one time for independent study. I mean, and essentially you're still enrolling your school as short-term. Typically parents only take independent study short-term because they're going on a vacation or maybe they're going out of the country. And so that is just a one-time use to be able to be on independent study for 15 days. You stay enrolled at your school and there's nothing else that actually needs to happen from that. Schools will create a packet for the families and the family turns in the packet at the end to collect. So the school actually collects ADA for the student. In terms of long-term independent study or the difference between Vista Academy and our independent study. And so Bobby, if you could keep going.
I'm going, I'm getting there. Hang on one second.
Thank you. So be good if the parents and community could see this again. So these are the independent study options. So you have Vista Independence, the short term, which I just explained, Vista Independent Study, which is choice schooling for grades 7 through 12. You have Vista Virtual Academy, which is 7 through 12 virtual schooling. The locations. You can go to the next slide, Bobby. Okay. This is actually how you enroll. Just really talking about the fact that dual language is not offered there, that a student with an IEP would have to actually have an IEP meeting before being able to attend Vista Virtual. And independent study essentially involves both synchronous and asynchronous instruction. So to really answer your question, Trustee Reckler, the difference between independent study, if you can go to the next slide, Bobby, and Virtual Vista Academy, is that you have to have synchronous and asynchronous portions of the school day. Students have to be able to go online virtually every single day or have the opportunity to. It does not mean that they have to attend, but they have to be offered the opportunity. So that's really the big distinction between virtual academy and independent study. Independent study, you do not have to have the virtual online platform or an opportunity to engage in that way. So that is the major difference. Bobby, could you go to the next slide? The next one. So this chart probably is the best one in which it explains it. So TK through 3, they have to have daily synchronous instruction for all students. For grades 4 through 8, they have to have both daily live interaction and weekly synchronous instruction. And for grades 9 through 12, you have to have weekly synchronous instruction.
Okay, and then does Vista offer, Vista, I'm not talking about virtual, does Vista serve all grades? K to 12?
Vista Virtual?
No,
Yes.
Vista regular.
Vista, the independent study? No, that's 7 through 12 only.
It's 7 through 12 only. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And if parents wanted to investigate any of this, where would they go?
I believe Bobby put it in the chat.
Okay, great.
And it is linked there where parents can actually go and get the information, and there's an interest form that's there. And then the staff at Vista will actually contact the families for an orientation.
Great, thank you.
Next.
Ms. Martin, can I just interrupt real quick? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Trustee Reckler, it's the second slider on the main website. It's the second box right under the slider. It's the third highlight, and it's also linked in the quick link section. It says Vista Virtual / Independent Study, and it's also on Vista's page as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Next question is about independent learning plans, which I saw in the presentation. Would you be able to tell us a little bit about every child having an independent learning plan?
Mm-hmm. So this is what I was talking about when I talked about the screeners. So we're doing screeners, which are universal screeners for students, really identifying their needs. And that will be given at the end of the 6th week. It's actually listed on the assessment calendar that principals will have. And so there will be a screener, a student screener. And based on that screener, teachers will then be spending time developing a plan for students. Does the student need acceleration? Does the student need intervention? And then how are we going to support our students in their individualized learning plans? It could just be that a student really needs to, and we're also going to be looking at their data, their STAR data as well. And so their STAR data will be used as part of that, STAR reading and math data will be used as part of that individualized learning plan. So does the student, it's essentially setting goals for the student. The student needs to set goals for reading, for math, and the teacher will be setting goals with students using this individualized learning plan.
Okay, we're going to go to the next trustee, Smith-Folds.
Thank you. Because aides work closer to students, one-on-one aides work closer to students than other staff, what are going to be some mitigation strategies that they will be using or asked to use?
I am going to defer to Mr. Booker because I feel like that question really addresses more of what he's going to present around mitigation strategies.
Thank you. And do teachers still have duty-free lunches?
Yes.
And if teachers have duty-free lunches, thank you for telling me they do. Who will be monitoring rainy days where outside eating is not possible on our elementary school campuses?
So I'm again going to refer to Mr. Booker until he gets to his presentation, because outside eating is not, I'll just name this, outside eating is not a requirement. And so I'll defer to Mr. Booker.
Thank you. And then are teachers and admin going to be covering classes if we have vacancies?
In most cases, you will have teachers and admin covering class when there is a vacancy. I know there's some conversation right now around how to fill those vacancies. And I know that central office, we're actually going to develop a tracker for us to even figure out how we actually support from central office with some of the vacancies and supporting at school sites on the first couple of days of school. But I think Marcy could answer that question a little bit more effectively.
Okay. Is Ms. Williams here to answer that question?
Marcy, are you here?
Yes, sorry.
Ms. Williams, would you like me to repeat that question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Are teachers and admin going to be covering classes if we have vacancies?
Yes. I mean, are substitutes going to be covering classes if we have vacancies? We're going to have substitutes?
No, ma'am. Are teachers and admin going to be covered? If we don't get subs, because we have a sub shortage, are we then going to have teachers and admin covering classes because of those vacancies?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Mhm.
Ms. Martin, if students are quarantined, do they automatically get placed on site independent study, even though they may quarantine for 14 and not 15 days?
Yes.
Not if students are tested positive. Okay, thank you. That's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
And
we're gonna go to the next trustee. We'll keep doing rounds.
Trustee Phillips, that was only 4 questions and 2 of them were deferred. So I still have, even by your count, I still have 1 more question.
Trustee Smith Folds, I'm ticking off every time somebody asks a question. I promise this is not the last round. So if you have 20 questions left, you'll be able to ask, but we're gonna do 5 at a time. So we're gonna go to the next trustee. And the next trustee is Christian.
Yes, I don't have no questions for this, but for the next presentation that's dealing with safety. So you'll pass me up.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gonzalez-Floyd.
Thank you, President Phillips. Ms. Martin, my next question is, you were talking about restorative justice practices, which is very exciting to continue that work. What trainings are we offering for educators and when?
We're actually developing out a scope and sequence right now with Ed Services. So in terms of the actual restorative justice training, what that will be, that is currently in progress. But it is on our scope and sequence. But right now, I know even today, and I just want to name this, even today, we spent a lot of time talking about social emotional learning and looking at the feedback from principals. They really wanted to focus on safety and really think about what are the safety measures that are in place. And so it is on our scope and sequence. And I'm actually looking at some people who can actually come in and partner with us to provide some professional development for our principals on restorative justice. So it might be a couple weeks out, but it's definitely going to happen. And it is on our scope and sequence and part of our plan. So social emotional learning, RJ, and even thinking about culturally responsive teaching will be on our professional development plan for our principals. And then in turn, the expectation is that actually goes to school sites.
Got it. So second question related. So what supports would we put in place at the central office to support that work?
I mean, right now, we're actually, looking at what our departments are and how our departments are actually structured to support this work. Because when we talk right now, we have one person who is over social emotional learning. And as we know, with the number of schools we have, the number of teachers we have, the number of support staff we have, that is not sufficient. And so it's really thinking about what do the supports look like to ensure that, because that's what principals ask, what will be the professional development? What will be the support to our teachers? And so essentially, we really need to think about what does that mean internally for us and departments that we have and how we go out and support schools and our teachers. And then also it means thinking about if we don't have it, then how do we get that from other organizations? So one organization I reached out to already was Castle to really help have them come in and do some professional development around social emotional learning. So we're actually, we're working on the plan, and that is part of the one of the positions to really help develop a scope and sequence. So we have strong professional development for our teachers and for our principals and support staff support staff.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for adding that. You mentioned in your presentation tutoring. What is that going to look like at the sites?
Well, we do have funding that's going to come in for expanded learning. So when that comes in, the goal will be to ensure that we have some after school classes and that we're thinking about, how do we ensure that our students are getting support after school? And then what does that transition even look like to our after school staff? And the expectation that our students are getting academic support in the afternoons as well. And this could also be even tutoring that's offered. We're thinking about what that looks like, but there is funding coming in for that. And so we're really thinking about, is there a Saturday school where we're having tutoring? Are there other opportunities with our after school program? And then even what other support staff could we hire, given the shortage of staff, right? What other staff could we hire to come in and actually do one-on-one tutoring in the classroom? And thinking about what staff, teachers, principals already have in place, right? So that is an expectation. So now it's going to be the staff that principals already have in place. How do they also support these efforts around one-on-one tutoring that we're saying we want to see in every single school? We want to see tutoring for our students, and we want to see small group instruction. And so how do we realign our resources to support that effort? And that's going to be the work that I'm going to be doing with the ed services team and our principals.
Great. Thank you so much for that. President Phillips, do I have one more? I lost track.
You have two more, sir.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And I don't know, Ms. Martin, if this one's for you or for Ms. Williams. But question is related to, I believe, what my colleagues, trustees asked, which is, if teachers call in sick in the elementary level and we don't have a sub, are we still splitting classrooms? Meaning we're sending kids to other classrooms in order for them to be able to stay at school that day.
Ms. Williams, you want to answer?
Yeah, so I know we don't have a lot of subs, but again, that was in the virtual environment where there were people that didn't feel comfortable subbing in the virtual. We are really gonna start a push, an advertisement to get more substitutes by providing, again, the additional amount of daily rate plus some trainings to see if we can get more subs. So I would like to, say that would like to have more subs to be able to cover those. But yes, there is that possibility because we're still working through solutions and what that looks like without really knowing, how many infections and things like that might happen.
But in the case that we don't have subs, then we would possibly split students to different classrooms.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just asked another question, President Phillips, so that's my 5. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez-Way, for being conscious. We're on to the next person, which is Reckler.
I think this might be my last round. Just wanted to get you psyched for this. Could you talk a little bit about expanded learning? And I know we have some shortages in staffs. If you could just tell me kind of where we are. I know we have more kids than spots.
You're speaking about our after school programs, Trustee Reckler?
Yeah,
I would have to come back to you on that because I have not gotten a report on where we are in our after school programs. I do know that has been a concern, that there are not enough spots. And that's also because of a staffing shortage that is not only in our schools, but also in our after school programs. So I need to check in with our after school coordinator to find out, what is the need from families? What are families saying about the after school programs? But I do know just in general that there is a shortage of staff who are either not returning or not comfortable returning. And so I know that is not just a West Contra Costa concern. That's across many districts that I have been reading about. So I will definitely get back to you on what our next options are to support families with after school programming if their program is full or can only take a number of students.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that. Another question is, I noticed that El Cerrito High School now has an advisory. So I was wondering, is that through all secondary? Tell me a little bit about it, curriculum, and, what do you think? Is there curriculum? Is it left up to the school? So if you could tell me a little bit about advisory, that'd be great.
Advisory, I know when I talked to the ed services team, was built into the schedule as part of the MOU. And I know that was something that El Cerrito decided to keep because they wanted to have that time with students. That is a school by school choice. We talked about it and named that we would have liked to see advisory in every high school, because when you don't have advisory in every high school, you building in that SEL time or that, the social emotional learning aspects are harder when you don't have that that advisory time. And so the advisory time would obviously be used to check in on students on their grades, their schedule, and also doing some of this social emotional check-in that is much easier at a TK-8 school. And so it's something that we have to talk about further around, how do we really support our high schools with all having an advisory? Whereas right now, high schools, can have MOUs to actually have different schedules. And in this particular instance, they have a schedule that allows for advisory. So it's school by school at this point.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I think my final question is if we could talk about SB 328, which is the later school start time. So if you could clarify, I got a lot of communication. I think it does not apply to elementary schools. So if we could clarify that right now, is it all schools or just the high schools? And then, and if you could tell me a little bit about that, because I see some schools starting prior to the 8:30. I thought it was an 8:30 start.
Sorry, Trustee Reckler, my computer is dying. I don't know, the cord came out. Hold on just a second. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. So basically what it says is middle schools and high schools cannot start any earlier than 8 and 8:30. So that is really who it's applying to. Middle schools cannot start before 8 a.m. and high schools cannot start before 8:30 a.m.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that, on a K-8, what do they do?
Well, a K-8 would be, it depends on, because the law doesn't actually distinguish a K-8. So I would say a K-8 definitely should not be starting before 8 a.m. And so right now the law doesn't distinguish. It actually only distinguishes between high school and middle school. So it says middle school 8, high school 8:30.
Are there any exceptions to that?
Not that I am aware.
Okay, thank you. I'm complete.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, trustee. We're going to go to the next trustee, Smith Folds.
So I learned something about myself every time that I am on the board. And one thing that I already knew is that I don't like people counting my coins. The second thing I know is I don't like people counting my questions. So I'm going to count my questions out as we go. Question number 1, if students are coming back after COVID, do they have an extended time to make up their work? I'm speaking specifically about secondary students.
Do they have time to make up their work?
Yes, ma'am. Like, would they have an extended time to turn in their work?
If coming back after COVID. Now, we would be giving them work while they're out. So you're saying a student contracts COVID, they're out of school, not able to participate, then we would be essentially putting that student on independent study. So they would be doing their work at home. But I would imagine that if a student still was not able to complete the work and needed support with that, then yes, we definitely should be offering students an extended time to complete the work. Yes, but we are sending students home with work. If in fact there is a COVID case, no student would be without work to complete.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
If the first 6 weeks are SEL and progress reports for high school come out the first 9 weeks, are we giving students enough time to recover their grades before report cards come out?
Mm-hmm. So I do want to clarify, Trustee Smith Folds, that when I say social emotional learning, that means that that is the bulk of the time and we're really investing in that. But we are not saying that you are not receiving academic instruction. So you are still receiving academic instruction, but we are being intentional about ensuring that social emotional learning is happening on a daily basis, and that you are really building in that time to support students with, just the readjustment back to school and reteaching the skills that they need, especially for our students who have never even set foot in school, our kindergarten students. Like, what does that mean to them to be in school? And so what we're saying is you have to be intentional about that and be intentional about your engagement with families. But we are not saying there's no academics.
Thank you for that clarification. Question number 4, can elementary school teachers have rugs in their room?
I will defer to Mr. Booker. I believe so.
Thank you.
But I will defer to Mr. Booker.
Thank you so much. Question number 5, do students need to distance while they're standing in all lines? For example, lines waiting to get in class, for example, lines waiting to get into the cafeteria, waiting to get into the locker room, et cetera.
I would say whenever possible. I know that language will be used today. And so whenever possible, we still want to allow for spacing. So yes.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Smith-Folds, I'm sorry, but I only counted 4 questions. So if you have another one, you should ask it.
My finger said 5. I'm good. I'm gonna go with my count. I'll wait to the next round. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so we're gonna go to the next trustee, which is Gonzalez. Christian. Christian's the next one.
Yeah, the question I have is, students going down the hallway, are they all gonna go down the same way, or they're gonna go the opposite way? Has that been figured out at the high schools?
I will let Mr. Booker answer that question when he is up.
Okay, and then the other one would be student lockers. Will students be using lockers?
Yes, students will be using lockers. However, there will be no shared lockers.
So how can we be assured that the lockers would not be shared? Because students will share and they will do things. I mean, how will we know?
I mean, we're really going to ensure that our principals are putting protocols and systems in place to really support that. And this is also a part of the reteaching that needs to happen the first 6 weeks, because this is going to be different for students, right? And so we really have to reteach why it's important that you can't share lockers and why you are not able to do that. And so this is a part of that social emotional learning that needs to happen the first 6 weeks, because it's also about not just the social emotional learning, but it's also the PBIS and like really reteaching systems, norms, and even more so now given COVID. And so that is part of the work that will be expected of our leaders.
Right. And then the other question is that because if we have 3 feet that we're using and the lockers underneath, top, bottom, so you got students crossing over each other. So is that be a problem?
Well, I do want to name that it's 3 feet when possible. It's not 3 feet required. So it's 3 feet when possible. So because of that language, which Mr. Booker will go over, students will still be able to have lockers at this time. At this time, we've decided, we actually talked about this again, that students will still be able to have lockers. But I do understand the concern. And so I think it's something that we just need to reinforce with our principals, that they need to ensure, especially with our high school students and middle school students who have lockers, that they are reteaching the expectations around locker usage.
Okay, that's it for now.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, Ms. Martin has reiterated this a few times. The safety portion of this presentation hasn't happened yet. So Booker's going to be doing that. So this is really kind of the academic portion of it, or that's how I see it. So those are the kind of questions that she is fielding for us. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, you're next.
Thank you. Ms. Martin, I only have 2 more questions for you. The rest are going to be from Mr. Booker. So my second to last question is, given the focus on SEL you've been talking about tonight for the first 6 weeks, when can leaders and teachers expect access and training to the resources and curriculum you mentioned to me earlier tonight?
That's a great question. And I am working on paying for the curriculum this week. And then the goal would be that we're training principals. Well, we're going to have to, most likely will have to be something that's quick within the next week or so to ensure that teachers actually get training. To answer the question, honestly, we have not developed a scope and sequence to actually figure it out because we haven't bought the curriculum yet. So some schools already have curriculum, but a major concern for me that you even brought up before is that we want to ensure all of our schools have access to an SEL curriculum. So we spent time as a team discussing how do we ensure that we have curriculum for all of our schools. Once that's been identified, and there was a survey that teachers and schools took last school year around the curriculum they want or that they're piloting. And so I got access to that information. And so now we're in the process of purchasing it. So the goal is that is it in front of schools by the start of school, but in terms of the professional development, given that teachers are trying to get back in their classroom and get set up and get things in order, we have to figure out when is the best time to offer professional development. And unfortunately, it might be after school has already started, but we will have professional development.
Got it. Okay. Well, yeah, if you need to use Dr. Walt's credit card and we'll figure it out so we can get that ordered. But thank you for that. Our curriculum for Writers College requires a lot of carpet work, right, with our students and small group work. Are we going to be allowing teachers to use rugs and do instruction from rugs? And if so, would they keep a certain social distance there, or not, or they're not going to be able to use rugs?
Yeah, I believe they will be able to use rugs. Mr. Booker can go into this more, but I have not been told that students cannot use rugs. And again, the 3 feet again is also at, it is not required, but it is recommended, right, as much as possible. And so I would say currently for Readers and Writers Workshop, you can, I know carpets are a big item, a big area of focus as you teach the writing and reading. And so the goal would be that students are still able to use the rugs, but I will let Mr. Booker talk more about that. But I believe that they are still able to do that. Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's my last question, President Phillips.
Okay. I'm going to kind of stay in the order just so I could hear folks, say I'm done. Trustee Reckler, do you have any more questions?
No, sir, I am complete.
Thank you, ma'am. Trustee Smith-Folds, do you have any more questions?
Yes.
Okay.
How are if elementary school assessments are done in the fall, are there going to be different strategies for teachers who do want to keep the 3 feet distance? Because when you do the elementary school assessments, you're right here, you're going over the sight words and the foundational reading and all of that. So you're right here. But if there's teachers who want to keep that 3 feet distance, are there different strategies for them to use with assessments?
I have not thought about what the other strategies would be. Right now we're giving STAR reading and STAR math, so that would not require a teacher to be right in front of a student. But when we introduce the foundational skills test, that actually does require more of that from our teachers. And so I think we'd have to go back and talk about what that looks like. I mean, we could also think about if we have shields in front of teachers and students. I know we have some of those in classrooms that I've seen already. And even in our downstairs office where they do testing, there's actually shields between the tester and the student. So to me, that would be an ideal situation if we have teachers who, are uncomfortable with doing the one-on-one testing in that way.
Thank you. Will kindergarten be getting one-to-one tablets?
I will defer to Dr. Wold,
Or maybe even.
or maybe even,
Tracy.
yes.
Hi, yes, good evening. I can speak to that. So yes, all students grade TK, actually pre-K through 12 will have access to a Chromebook.
Thank you so much. Will teachers be getting amplifiers?
Yes, in fact, at this point, I believe with the exception of 4 schools, the amplifiers have been deployed to all classrooms and all libraries. The remaining 4 schools will have those amplification systems delivered and installed tomorrow.
Thank you. Will students still go to resource, speech, occupational therapy, etc.?
Yes. All services will be provided per the student's IEP.
Okay, and Ms. Hardy, I think this will go to you too, because it's an offshoot of that question. Will that group be considered a pod of sorts? So with contact tracing, so if one student in that pod that goes to resource or that goes to speech?
So those are pull-out services, and so students would be in more than one environment, which is currently allowable under CDPH guidelines.
Right, so, well, I will come back, Ms. Hardy, just stay with me on this kind of scenario, and then I'll come back because I have a further question about a deep dive question in that. Thank you, those are my 5.
Mr. Christian, do you have any additional questions for this portion?
Well, no, I'm waiting for the safety part up.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, do you have any more questions for this portion?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Smith-Folds?
Yes, Ms. Hardy, when we have, like, when students are pulled out for speech, they may be 3 or 4 students pulled out that go to a speech class. But they may be coming from other rooms. So when they go, if one of those students is tested positive, are they considered a pod? So then the other students who are not in their same class, but are in their speech class, would they then be part of that quarantining?
I will defer to Mr. Booker on that with regard to how the contact tracing and subsequent follow-up would occur. But we would be maintaining track of who is in which spaces, instructional spaces.
Okay, thank you. Second question, when we train teachers, are we allowing time for assessment and monitoring of those trainings?
Can you explain what you mean by that, Trustee
Yes.
Folds?
Yes, ma'am. So like when we train teachers on an SEL curriculum, or we train teachers on COVID monitoring, or we're training teachers on cultural responsive pedagogy and culturally relevant teaching, are we then having points to where we are going back and assessing or making sure or monitoring to make sure that the teachers got the lesson or are using the training or implementing that, or are we leaving that to site administrators to do?
Oh, no, Trustee Folds, that is the plan, to actually go out to schools and not only observe, but also support. So if we see a school that's struggling with social emotional learning, the goal is to figure out what does our PD plan need to look like to better support. So that is the goal, to provide professional development and then to go out and observe and assess and then come back and regroup and plan again.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Mhm.
The next question. Just one second, so I'm looking through this. Oh, who will be watching students on their mask breaks?
Is that for me, Trustee Folds?
Oh, I'm sorry, whoever can answer that question, because there was in the presentation, and Ms. Martin, it may not have been in this part, but in the presentation, there was talk about students being able to take mask breaks, like if they have to go out of the classroom and take mask breaks. I'm just wondering who will be watching those students.
I mean, if it's our elementary students, that would definitely be our classroom teachers, because they could go outside also with them and take a break. I mean, typically that's built into a school day of our elementary schools. Breaks are built into the day. Our our other students have passing periods. And so, that could also be a time when our students are having mass breaks, but that's something actually we should talk about tomorrow in our principal meeting. Once Mr. Booker does his training with our principals, to think about, who is the support staff that can also support with that in our middle schools and our high schools. But in our elementary schools, breaks are built in and teachers supervise breaks, or our yard duty staff.
Thank you for that. And my fifth question for this round, and it may just be you and I if we're still going. So my fifth question for this round is, I'm sorry, I just lost it. Just 1 second, please. Oh, will elementary schools be doing centers? And I'm talking about kind of TK and kindergarten. You know how they do the little centers, like you go to Play-Doh and then you go to like the little reading center, and then you go, because you put the headphones on in the reading center and you go over here. Will they be doing that?
That is the plan for them to be able to do that. And Mr. Booker can talk more about that, because I think it's similar to play structure usage. And so once he talks about that, I think you'll have an answer to that question. But yes.
Thank you so much. Those are my 5 for this round.
Trustee Smith-Folds, I think you have one more question, so you should ask it.
Thank you. Will there continue to still be limits on how many students can use the bathroom?
Yes. But I'll let Mr. Booker tell you the number.
Okay.
It's in his presentation.
Okay, so I will hold the rest of that question to the presentation. I appreciate that. Should I continue, Trustee Phillips, or wait and let you go through the rounds again?
I'm gonna just, somebody may catch the spirit, so I'm gonna ask them if they have any new questions. Reckler, any additional questions?
No, sir, nothing.
Okay, Christian is stepped away for a moment. Gonzalez Hoy, you got any more questions on this portion?
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for this portion.
Okay, Trustee Smith-Folds.
Thank you. Will there be PE at middle and high school levels?
Yes.
Thank you. Will students be required to change in the locker rooms?
I believe the answer to that is no, but I will let Mr. Booker talk about locker room use and changing.
Okay, thank you. If PE is inside, will students still be required to wear masks?
Yes.
Thank you. We used to have attendance would be taken like the first 15 minutes of school in elementary school, and they would send a little packet, like they would fill it out and then they would send it to the office so they could take attendance. Is it still happening? And then the elementary school would tell you, if you have to check your child out, make sure you don't check them out the first 15 minutes of school so the school can get the ADA. Is that still the case? Are we still doing it that first 15 to 20 minutes of school?
I will come back to you with an answer for that.
Okay.
Folks. The question is around the 15 minutes for attendance.
Yes, ma'am. So the question is around, there used to be kind of like a grace period that we would tell parents, like, if you have to take your child out, please don't take them out the first 15 minutes of school or the first 20 minutes of school, because that's when the ADA is counted. So I'm just wondering if that time is still in place. And then my second question to that is, can parents pull their children out of school before lunch and then take them back right after lunch if they're uncomfortable with their children eating on campus?
That has not been something that's been asked, but I believe parents should be able to if they so choose. However, I will get a complete answer to that to you, because that hasn't come up yet around parents wanting to pick up and bring their child back during the lunch period because of being uncomfortable with the eating arrangement. But I'll get a consensus, because I think that's a question that needs to be up for discussion.
Thank you so much. Can students share materials? And I'm talking about like maybe on the elementary school level, pencils, crayons, you know how students pass materials and share materials back and forth. And then on the high school level, someone forgot their physics books, but I don't have physics at third period. So here, take my book, or, you know, take my T85 calculator or whatever. Are we encouraging that? Are we limiting that? How are we monitoring that?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I would say that we're definitely going to try and limit it, but I think this goes back to the same question around use of Play-Doh and, you know, things like that, because essentially, if we're saying students can still use items in the centers, that we're saying, you know, I think we're going to focus on, you know, really making sure your hands are sanitized, that when you go to the restroom, that you're sanitizing, that you're wearing your mask. So we're going to be putting in mitigation strategies, but really not limiting kids being able to, I mean, it's just going to be really hard for a kindergartner who is wanting to share their pencil or wanting to touch Play-Doh after someone else touched it. And so I think it's more around the mitigation strategies and less about stopping that from happening.
Okay, thank you so very much. Ms. Martin, we are headed to school culture and climate questions. So Trustee Phillips, may I go ahead, or you want to ask again?
Yeah, just out of fairness, I'm gonna ask. Mrs. Reckler, do you have any additional questions about the presentation that we received?
I don't have anything else for Ms. Martin. I do have some safety questions and some other things for the health department, but that's it.
Okay. And Mr. Christian, do you have any more questions for this portion?
No, not for this portion here.
Mr. Gonzalez, boy?
No, I don't. Just safety questions. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Smith-Folds?
Thank you. Ms. Martin, please just continue to let me know if these need to be deferred somewhere else. So I'll kind of go through them kind of quickly. Are parents having to sign any consent forms for testing or agreement to the masking policy or the new discipline policies?
I will defer to Mr. Booker because he's going to actually talk about that in his presentation.
Thank you. Will family nights be Zoom, in person, or they could be a hybrid too? Or is that a site-to-site decision?
I will defer to Dr. Hurst and Mr. Booker.
Okay. Dr. Hurst, would you like to wait to Mr. Booker's presentation to talk about?
Yeah, can we wait on that so it can?
Yes, sir. And this one may be for Mr. Booker too, Ms. Martin, because I think I saw it in his section, but I'm going to ask just to be sure. Do parent volunteers have to be vaccinated? Is that in his section?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Student choice and voice, what does it look like on campus?
That's a great question. And it's going to depend on each school site, but I think we're going to give guidance on what that means. So for me, it's really going to be around how do we allow for students to name what their goals should be, name what they need to work on, name what they need. And so when the individualized learning plan examples that I have actually ask students those same questions. What is it that you need? What goals do you feel like you actually need to work on for yourself? And then as a teacher, you're actually reviewing the data with them, their reading data, their math data, they're talking about their attendance, and you're asking students to set goals for themselves. So when we talk about student agency, it's around how do students take ownership for their learning? And how do we engage with students on what it is they need? And that's actually something, again, like what our students talked about today on the panel. I mean, they were high school students, but this same method can be applied to even a kindergarten student. A kindergarten student can definitely tell you what it is they want to focus on and learn. And that's really the goal of a student agency.
Thank you so much. Is Mr. Booker going to cover sporting events?
He is.
Okay, thank you. Will eating and drinking be allowed for indoor events? For example, the band at Hercules High School sells food during concerts. Will that be allowed?
I will let Mr. Booker answer that question. Yes, I'll let him answer that question.
Thank you. Next question is about field trips and if they're going to be allowed. Is that Mr. Booker?
I do know that field trips will be allowed.
Okay.
But if there are more specific questions around field trips, I think I would defer to Mr. Booker.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Same question about assemblies, Mr. Booker. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then are students allowed to bring their own sanitizers? And are there rules around the smelling kind versus the non-smelling kind? You know, their Bath and Body Works sells the sanitizers that smell like blueberries and butterflies. And then you have the ones that are just non-smell. Or if students are allowed to bring their sanitizers to school, or is there a rule around the ones that smell versus don't smell? I can imagine being in the classroom and having, you know, high school students who all want to smell like cake. And then they're taking out their sanitizers and everyone's kind of smelling the same.
Mhm. Yeah, I believe that students able to bring their hand sanitizers will be allowed. There's no rule against them bringing those items. And I believe the scented ones will be allowed as well, unless of course it's causing some commotion in the classroom. Then I think it's up to a teacher around this norm setting and social emotional learning aspect around, you know, what they've agreed to in their class. But yeah, students will be able to bring their own hand sanitizer to the classroom.
And then can students
Okay,
use,
Trustee Smith Bowles, I'm just gonna see if anybody wants to jump in there.
Okay.
They may not. And to the rest of you, if I'm annoying you, I'm sorry, but I'm doing this out of fairness. Reckler,
Trustee Smith Foltz wins this round.
Christian, Gonzalez, boy.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Floor is yours, Trustee Smith Bowles.
thank you so much. Can students use cubbies
What's the
in
same as?
elementary school?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as the lockers. And so
Lockers?
essentially, yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Can
Uh-huh.
families come on campus the first day of school, or we don't want families coming on campus? Because like we were talking about how this is some kids' very first, even our first graders, this is their first time because they did not go to brick and mortar in kindergarten. Are we allowing families on campus the first day to walk their children to class or to stand in line with them?
I will let Mr. Booker talk more about this, but I do know we're allowing families to even do visits now. I talked to the principal about this today, but it really has to be organized in a way that they are scheduling the time that they're having like an open house for families to see the school and see the campus. And then also thinking about parents still have to fill out forms before they can go in, but we're not stopping parents from visiting school, right? That's not what we're doing, but we need to discuss further, you know, if we're going to allow groups of families on campus the first day in an unscheduled way without ensuring that everyone has completed forms. But the way we're trying to mitigate that is by allowing families to have an open house or a tour before the first day. But I think that is something that we're going to discuss more tomorrow. And I believe it will be a school by school basis. And so I'll say this, we are allowing families on campus and to be able to come into the school.
Thank you so much for that.
Mhm.
And then are we planning to train teachers and sites how to welcome students back after quarantine or after they've had COVID? Are there specific social and emotional reentry strategies that we're going to use?
Mhm. I mean, that's the reason why we're saying that we want social emotional learning curriculum 30 minutes per week, and we want to have circles or groups every single day. So the reality is if a student is gone, when a student comes back, they should be able to re-enter that circle and the teacher re-engage them back in the classroom as if they never left. So if this is something that becomes part of our culture in West Contra Costa, it should not be something that's different because the student was gone for 14 days. Once they come back, they're re-entered back into the circles and engaging with the class.
Thank you so much. That's my last question. Oh, no, lied, sorry. Can parents request their IEPs to be on Zoom?
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Hardy. And Ms. Martin, thank you so very, very much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, board, we talked about mass breaks. We had a long first presentation and Q&A, and I would like a pie break. So can I please have a motion for us to break for 5 minutes? Well, it's 9:03, so I'm going to say until 9:10. That will allow staff to have a break too before they start back up again.
So moved.
Okay, can I have a second for a recess to 9:10?
Second that.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Phillips, yes, we're on break till 9:10. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, I see Mr. Booker. Uh, Director. I see Smith Folds. I physically see Christian. So I'll wait for Gonzalez boy.
Sorry, I'm back.
No problem, sir. Okay, so we are starting into the second presentation. Mr. Booker.
Good evening, esteemed board, President Phillips, and thank you, Dr. Hurst, for allowing me to speak to you this evening with regard to safety and preparedness. What I'm going to talk about this evening is our action plan for getting staff and students back in school. We're also going to talk about our prevention or our mitigation strategies, what we will use. And then I'm going to talk about how we are in accordance with the county health department. Dr. Chris Fiorentino is here with us tonight. He is the county health officer, and he will be assisting in the question and answer portion of this presentation. So without further ado, next slide, please. So masking is one of the more important strategies, that prevention strategies that we're going to use. The first being getting vaccinations, but we're going to make sure that when people come back to campuses, that they understand our masking policy, and they understand what type of mask they should be wearing, as well as how to properly wear the mask, etc. So as people know, and if you didn't know, as of Monday, masking was mandated by the 9 barrier counties. And that includes people that are vaccinated. So we were already adhering to that, but we're going to make sure that everybody is masked when they're indoors. And then we're going to talk about the covering, or when students are refusing to wear a mask. So, you know, we want it to be restorative. We don't want it to be punitive. So we're going to ask that the teacher ask them to put their mask on. And if there is a problem with the mask, or they're having some anxiety with regard to the mask, we're going to ask that they give them some type of masking break, but that would be outdoors. And then we're going to, if the student continues to or refuses to wear the mask, at that point, the administrator will be notified, and the administrator will have that student come to their office, and they will go over the masking policy again and tell them the importance of the masking policy. But at some point, they will notify the parent about the incident. If the parent and student are continuing the refusal of the mask, the school should offer alternative education opportunities for that student. Outdoor masking is an option. It is not a requirement, but we are telling groups or schools that if they're outside, that if they're in a large group, they should, we strongly recommend that they wear a mask, but it is not a requirement. Next slide, please. Physical distancing. So, and I've heard this from your many questions. People talk about 3 feet, but there actually is no physical distancing requirement. The 3 feet is a recommendation. So we're going to go with the 3 feet when feasible, and as long as it doesn't prevent the 100% in-person learning. So, and I heard some of the trustees talked about student gatherings or group meetings. So as far as that goes, student assemblies, special performances, dances, award ceremonies, academic competitions, we would prefer that those be outside if weather permits. If a student-based activity or professional learning community is indoors, then we have a COVID prevention protocol that everybody should adhere to. And the first part of that policy would be, if you're sick, you should stay home. And that is a recommendation by County Health as well as CDPH. And then, like we talked about, making sure that everybody is properly masked if they're indoors. We will have a screening testing cadence that I will talk about in a little bit, but we will also emphasize hand washing and respiratory etiquette, which is important. And then, like I said, as much as we can, we will try to physically distance, and we will make sure that all of our schools have the proper ventilation and to keep doors and the windows open if the weather permits. Next slide, please. So when we talk about our visitor volunteer policy, we are really trying to limit the number of people that come onto our campuses. So in order to do that, we have to have a strategy that has to be enforced by every single site or district facility. So that policy consists of visitors and volunteers will not be allowed on campuses without an appointment, and that appointment will be site-based. And when they make their appointment through the site, when they come to the site, they will have to follow our prevention protocols, which would include a screening process, as well as verification of vaccination or proof of a COVID negative test, and other strategies that we use on those campuses. For volunteers, as well as following the aforementioned stuff that I talked about, they will have to go through the normal volunteer process that is through HR. We will enforce our 3-feet policy as much as we can. And then when the visitor is permitted on campus, they will have to check in with the front office. There will be a screening process that they will have to answer some screening questions, and they will have to adhere to all posted health and safety protocols on that campus, which all of our campuses have been posted properly. And then, schools should not limit direct service providers. So, things like 504s, IEPs, they shouldn't limit them, but they have to adhere to our policies. Next slide, please. So when we talk about meal service, we're going to make sure that when we serve these meals, that our food service workers are providing that service. But we're also going to try to maximize the distance as much as possible indoors. But we are asking that our students and our sites look for alternative opportunities to eat. So that would be outside, a gymnasium, some area that is bigger than a classroom, so they could eat their lunches. And then the principals are responsible for making their schedule based on our guidance and their site-specific needs. So for an elementary school, I know that multi-purpose rooms are really limited. So they may have to adjust their schedule to meet that need for serving those kids during the lunch. As far as the, next slide, please. As far as the secondary schools go, we will make sure that they have service windows and carts outside, and we will promote the open air eating as much as we can. And if there's weather issues, we will make sure that they have availability either in a multi-purpose room or a gymnasium. And then breakfasts will be bagged. And so, all breakfasts are free. And so the students will be allowed to eat those breakfasts in the classroom. That will be the only time they will be allowed to eat in the classroom during instructional period. So for example, if a student showed up, 5 minutes before the bell ring, they would have the opportunity to get that lunch and go to class and eat it. Or if they were late, they would have the opportunity to get the breakfast and eat. And then we're going to really emphasize the cleaning portion. Our custodians have a cleaning cadence that they will adhere to, and we will make sure that we are making sure that they follow through with that cleaning cadence. Next slide, please. So we talk about recess and unstructured time. Like I said before, when you're outdoor, you don't need to wear a mask, but we are encouraging our staff and students, if they are in large groups or in close contact, and close contact is, 6 feet within a 15-minute period and a 24-hour period, or 15 minutes within a 24-hour period. But there is no requirement for wearing masks outside. We are asking the sites to make sure that, or as best they can, try to stagger their schedules as much as possible to avoid those large gatherings. And then, even though there aren't stable groups or cohorts anymore, we will emphasize that keep those groups in the same area or the same player area as much as possible. And then, so on the slide, it said that equipment is shared or passed between students is not permitted at this time, but actually the guidance has changed with regard to that. So we're going to go with that. It is permitted, but there is going to be a hand hygiene regimen that we will go by, and a cleaning regimen that we will adhere to. And then we will make sure after recess that each student is allowed to wash and sanitize their hands before re-entering class. Next slide, please. And I heard that you guys may have asked the questions, what are we doing with regard to extracurricular activities? So as far as the California Department of Public Health is concerned, there is no longer a testing requirement for youth sports. Now, that may change, and Dr. Ferrantano may talk about that, but we are going to stick with our pre-screening procedures with regard to our kids using indoor and outdoor sports. We're going to adhere to that screening policy before practices and contests. As far as outdoor activities goes, we are asking our coaches to maintain their masking, even though it's not a requirement. We are asking that our coaches maintain their wear a mask when they're in close contact with student athletes. And then if a player or a student athlete is not participating in an actual event, we are encouraging them to wear masks as well. Administrators shall adhere to the current public health guidance regarding spectators. So we are allowing spectators at this time for sporting events, but they will have to follow our guidance with regard to masking, distancing as much as possible. And then with indoor activities, we are allowing spectators, but everybody has to wear a mask. We will encourage the physical distancing, and then the staff will limit bathroom entry. So what we're saying is that we will allow 3 people in a bathroom at one time, and that bathroom will be monitored by someone on the staff that is working at that event. And then indoor events should have proper ventilation, which we do, but we also encourage that they open the doors and windows as much as they can. Next slide, please. This was a question that was brought up about band and choir. So we do have masks for band purposes that allow for horn instruments to be used. But we're gonna, like I said, encourage the 3 feet distancing and making sure that they all face in the same direction. We will make sure that there's one-way traffic flow into a rehearsal room when they're practicing. And then we'll make sure that they are hand sanitizing at all, when they're in their rehearsal rooms. And then making sure that the band leader is encouraging that they clean the chairs and stands following a rehearsal. And so when we talk about rehearsals, we're we're going to maximize the time of 30 minutes in the space before vacating the room for 10 minutes. And what this does is this allows for proper air exchange and filtering before they come back in. Because, you know, it may be singing or horn instruments, we want to make sure that the air is as clean as possible. And then our HVAC systems have been adjusted to bring in fresh air rather than recirculating, and that's dependent on the site and the system that they're using. And then all sites will have disposable masks, disposable gloves, and hand sanitizers for the band members. Next slide, please. And Dr. Ferrantano, I think, will talk about this a little bit, but the Delta variant is real, and it is highly contagious. But we have prevention strategies that should mitigate the potential for catching the Delta variant. And the first one is we're really promoting vaccination. And that vaccination will occur in many different forms. You can get it through community vaccination sites. We will have vaccination sites at some of our secondary schools. And I believe the county is giving vaccinations as well. So we're really going to promote that. And then we're going to make sure that people are properly masked and physically distancing as much as possible. And then we will have a screening process that will help us identify, you know, the clusters and potential outbreaks at a site. And then, like I talked about, the ventilation will be important for indoor purposes. And then our hand washing and respiratory etiquette. So we do have hand washing stations and our sanitizing stations throughout our schools, as well as in our classrooms. So that will be available to staff and students. And then, like I mentioned before, if you're sick, you should stay home. We don't want somebody coming on campus and potentially spreading COVID or simple flu. So we want to make sure if you're sick that you're staying home. And then we do have a contact tracing response. And we have a team that we use that does the contact tracing for us. And we subsequently give that information to the county for their contact tracing purposes. And then we're making sure that we are cleaning and disinfecting our sites on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So our COVID testing procedure will be that all staff and students are strongly encouraged to get vaccinated for COVID-19. And that is anybody that is 12 and over. And then unvaccinated employees are not yet fully vaccinated employees. And it's not on the slide, but we added this. Employees shall submit to a bi-weekly COVID testing. All district employees may choose to get tested and vaccinated through their health care provider or through the county or through some other source like CVS or something like that. They have that opportunity to do that. And then the employees who test positive for COVID-19 will be required to share their information and let their supervisor know and follow our protocols for quarantine or isolation. As part of our testing plan, we will continue to provide testing for symptomatic or response testing for all staff and students. And we have a response team that is, we have a company that we use that will be a response team for that, for symptomatic or response testing. And they will be able to go to any one of our sites within a half an hour period to do that testing. We also provide self-testing at the site for asymptomatic, and we will have a cadence that will be bi-weekly, and that will be for asymptomatic students, as well as, like I mentioned before, unvaccinated or yet to be fully unvaccinated employees. And the district will keep all test results confidential. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk about this briefly, but we're actually going to have Predison Laboratories come to our principals training tomorrow. And they're going to touch on their registration process, so that registration process can be done online or in person with the physical paper. And so they will talk about that. But they will also talk about, the security and privacy laws that are in effect with regard to their testing. We have portal access. So the site administrator will have access to that portal, as well as the safety department, which would include myself. And that would give you access to the results of the test that we do at that site. And then notification. So as they have been doing, if we get a positive test at any site, I am notified. And then we will notify the site and take the appropriate contact tracing procedures for that incident. And as far as universal district testing, we're going to, like it says, we're going to do universal testing. We're not going to do testing at one site, whether it's, 4 days a week, 5 days a week. We're going to do universal testing, and we're going to stick to our cadence unless we change that because of the circumstances presented in our county. And then staff contacts, each site will know who their tester is from Predison, and they will have that contact for that person to get information from. Next slide, please. So like I said, we have a contact tracing protocol, but it's important for everybody to understand the signs and symptoms. And I won't go through each one of those, but the signs and symptoms are important. So if someone sees that, they should let someone know. And so the site can take the appropriate steps in terms of isolation and contact tracing if we do have a positive test. And so we have a system that we use, and it's based on 3 scenarios. And those 3 scenarios are persons present with symptoms, persons reporting exposure outside of the district, and then persons reporting testing positive. And all this information goes to our site leaders, and in turn, they will give this information to their staff. And next slide, please. And so with a classroom or school closure, an outbreak is defined as 3 cases connected to the same event. Sites may be temporarily closed for cleaning, depending on the positive scenario. If there is a shutdown, whether it's a school or a district, that would be the determination of the superintendent, and he will collaborate with the county health to make that decision. If we do have an outbreak, like I said, we have a covert response team that will be in contact with county health, and they will help facilitate that testing for students and teachers and staff. And we will be involved in that in terms of making sure that we get the information that they need to do proper contact tracing. So that is my last slide. I know this may have answered some of your questions, but not all of them. I can tell you that with any plan, no plan is foolproof or fail-safe, but we are taking the best strategy available to us within the guidance of the county health, as well as the California Department of Public Health. And we want to make sure that when these young people and staff are coming back to our campuses, we're making them as safe as possible. So with that, I would like to open it up to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Booker, for your presentation. Board, same routine, succinct as possible, 5 questions per round. Trustee Reckler.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Why is the district not requiring the vaccination of all employees?
Currently, under the guidance, there is no mandate for employees. We can encourage employees to get vaccinated, but what we're asking is that if you are not vaccinated, then you have to be part of our cadence testing. So even though we are not requiring this at this time, if they don't are not vaccinated, they will have to test on a bi-weekly basis.
What is the point at which you would require all employees to be vaccinated?
When we get clear guidance from either a state or federal agency with regard to K-12 schools. And at that point, we will make a determination on if we're going to mandate it for, it's also, we have to get an agreement with labor unions, or at least consult them with regard to mandating vaccinations.
Okay, thank you. This may be for the health professional.
Dr. Ferrantano.
Thank you very much. The question is, and now I've just lost myself for a second. So what if we could hear from him to assure parents, what are the best strategies with Delta, especially concerning our elementary students, 11 and under, that cannot be vaccinated? What can he say to reassure them?
Would you like me to respond now, or should I save
Sure,
up
yeah.
the answers to my questions?
Yeah, sure, go right ahead.
So I think the strategies that the school is outlining and that are contained in the California Department of Public Health school guidelines are really important, and I remain confident that these guidelines will really safely return children to the classroom. It emphasizes multiple layers of protection, and those multiple strategies are additive to help protect our students as well as our staff. And these strategies have been built up over a year plus of learning from what works and what doesn't work in schools. And by level of importance, I'll go through them. And as Mr. Booker has said, vaccines are the most important. And even if we can't vaccinate our younger children, we can vaccinate many of the people around them, their teachers, the older students, the family members, people that they come in contact to, so we can create as much protection around those younger children. Vaccinations are 85 to 95% effective in reducing infection, even more so in preventing serious illness, hospitalization, and death. So I'm going to plead to everyone, if you're eligible to get vaccinated but not vaccinated yet, you're actually making an active choice to catch COVID, because COVID is not going away. We know that now, and we can't hide from it forever. And so it's going to find you if you're not vaccinated. I am very hopeful vaccines will be approved for the age 5 to 11-year-olds in September, October, and then we can rapidly, roll them out for those younger students. But after vaccines, then the next most important intervention is universal masking. Masks are probably about 50% effective in reducing infection. After masking comes common sense ventilation, like what was described, upgrading ventilation system filters for those buildings that don't have modern ventilation systems, simple things like opening doors and windows, adding fans to bring in fresh air. Next comes that symptom screening and really having a culture of staying home when you're sick, whether that's a student or whether that's a teacher. That's a real culture change, for many of us, but it's really important. Hand hygiene is probably next. Then comes, this frequent testing of unvaccinated staff and unvaccinated students to help, catch cases early and institute isolation early. And along with that testing, key to that testing is the importance of contact tracing. And it only works with the cooperation of families and students and staff to cooperate with the school staff and the health department staff who are, reaching out to people to find out, where were you? Who were you in close contact with? Where did you go during your contagious period? Next step would be the social distancing. But we have lots of examples now in published scientific literature, as well as other experience of schools that have had success with full classroom in-person learning without social distancing and not experienced significant cases or outbreaks within the schools because they've done all those other things, including masking, hygiene, and ventilation. And that's even before we had, widespread vaccinations. So again, social distancing shouldn't be a reason to not bring children back to school to full-time person instruction. But again, where feasible, 3 feet apart when masked or 6 feet apart when unmasked, like when eating or drinking, it is a good goal when feasible. Then, simple cleaning and disinfection. We've learned that, hard surfaces don't really transmit COVID. So, this overkill of cleaning that some of us did, last spring is really unnecessary. Just kind of simple kind of common cleaning is sufficient to clean surfaces. And then, a lot of these are in the state guidance. Most of them are, guidelines and recommendations. There are certain things that are absolute requirements, especially the masking rules. And there's both now local orders as well as state level orders requiring that universal masking. So those things, in the school environment, those are the things, and kind of I've kind of ranked them, in level of importance, but they all contribute. And then, the parents and families at home can also play a big role, because we know that most cases of students and staff that test positive in schools, they actually catch COVID in the community, not on the school campus. So, being careful what you're doing outside of the school campus, and, avoiding, crowded parties, social gatherings where people are gathering together indoors, especially unmasked, and those kind of things. And again, getting family members vaccinated. So we're not catching COVID and then bringing it into the school environment.
Thank you so much. I also want to thank you for being here tonight, and I want to thank you for all the work and support that you've given our community.
You're welcome.
Through the pandemic. We have biweekly testing right now of unvaccinated employees. Is that still the correct cadence with Delta?
Yeah, at least weekly testing is definitely what is the kind of standard and recommendation, and twice weekly is better, especially when the type of testing is an antigen testing, which maybe not as sensitive as the PCR testing. Twice weekly testing with antigen testing is considered even better than once weekly, but sort of once weekly is sort of considered the minimum standard.
Thank you. And then finally, last one for this round is, what is public health role, or how do school plans get reviewed, certified, assistance, those kinds of questions?
There's no formal approval or sign off at the local health department level. We are in active dialogue with school officials. We meet with school officials, school superintendents on a weekly, more frequently basis. We have a schools team that has put on trainings, and it will do additional trainings for school officials, and is constantly available to answer questions, review questions about plans. So really, we're here to support the schools and helping them, develop their plans, and answer their questions and really support them in making good plans, and then responding to any cases or outbreaks that do occur.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's it for this round for me. Thanks.
Yeah. Trustee Smith Folds.
Thank you so much. Mr. Booker, you said students are allowed to eat breakfast in class. So would that be for high school students? Would that be first period? Can you give me, I heard it, but I didn't digest what you were saying about that.
Yeah, so they would be allowed. So if they are in class in a learning environment, and they hadn't had breakfast, they would be allowed to eat in that classroom. That would be the only time they would be allowed to eat in that classroom. We definitely wouldn't do it during lunch period, because you wouldn't have supervision. So that wouldn't be an option during the lunchtime period, but during learning instruction, they would be allowed to eat their breakfast.
Okay, and then in that classroom, when they're eating breakfast with mask off, we're gonna want the windows and the doors open, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And when they're finished eating, they should be remasking.
Okay, thank you. Did we ever do a formal distance analysis of each cafeteria or multi-purpose room to help principals plan? Do principals know exactly how many kids can fit in their cafeteria, all not sitting across from each other, spaced out like we're asking? Do they already have that information?
I believe Mr. Freeze will answer that question.
Okay.
We do have the data for our cafeterias. We have not distributed that out to our principals yet, but it will be provided. We have had discussions though about how to rearrange the cafeterias for the best seating arrangements to accommodate the students. So.
Okay. And then, Mr. Booker, a scenario question. If a student tests positive in the second grade class, is the entire class quarantined? And then are the siblings quarantined? And if the class, and this is last one, and if the child is carpooled, are they quarantined?
So I'm going to touch on what's happening at the school. So contact tracing outside of our contact tracing process would go to the county, and the county would contact people outside of the school environment as well. They would contact the people in the school environment as well, but they would do that part. But as far as the school environment goes, we would go with our contact tracing protocol, which would be to, if you were in close contact with that person and meeting the criteria for close contact, we would put that person in isolation. And then once we found out the information and it was not the criteria for quarantine, that kid would be allowed to go back to class. If they did fit the criteria that's part of our contact tracing, then they would be quarantined as well.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next trustee. This is Christian.
Look, thank you. There's a few questions I'm gonna ask. And I think I mentioned this from the earlier, is at the high schools, the hallways, is everybody going down the same way, same direction?
So what we try to do is we try to mitigate a lot of that cross traffic, facing each other. So we have a lot of directional signs at our schools that will show the young people that they should be walking a certain way during our down hallways. But the thing that is more important than that, it's about the information that we put out and then the education part of it, right? So when we are telling our staff one thing, we also have to educate our kids because they're the ones that's going to be in school, haven't been in school for some time. So we have to make sure that we educate them to the fact of how the environment is going to be on the campus in COVID.
Right. All right, and the next one will be, what about if students in high school or middle school want a cupcake?
Well, you said want a cupcake?
Cupcaking.
Is that a slang term? I think I know what it means. So if young people are in
cupcaking,
if young people are in close proximity of each other, that's not allowed pre-COVID. So we want to make sure that they understand that that's not allowed, and we will try to enforce that. If it's at the secondary level, we will use our campus safety specialists, and we will also let the staff know that that's not encouraged on any campus.
Okay.
So hopefully that answered your question with regard to cupcaking.
Yeah, because there's going to be plenty of that. And see what about the sick room? Who will be monitoring that? Like,
so the isolation space will be designated by the principal, and it's monitored. So that person would not be in the room with the person that's being isolated, and they would have the proper PPE. So if they ask for whether it's a gown, mask, gloves, that would be afforded to them while they're monitoring that room. So the important part of it is that we want to make sure that nobody's going in the room and that person isn't coming out of the room. Or space.
Okay. And also the I know high schools, definitely with activities, usually people do boat cruises. They usually do all kind of stuff. So how stuff is going to be regulated?
So we have the normal process that we go to with regard to field trips and extracurricular activities, but our prevention strategies will be in place for those. And we have the ability to limit capacity if need be. But that's also, there are also, so if you're talking about a boat cruise, for example, the company will have requirements also, along with our prevention strategies that should mitigate a lot of that.
Okay. That's all the questions I have now.
Thank you. The cupcaking question threw off my count. We're going to go to the next person, which is Gonzalez Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. Good evening, Mr. Booker. Good evening, Dr. Farnetano. Thank you for your presentations. I have a lot of questions for you, Mr. Booker, but I'll start with Dr. Farnetano this time around. Yes. Dr. Farnetano, I have 5 questions for you, and my next rounds are just going to be for Mr. Booker. My first question is just to follow up with what Trustee Reckler was asking. What would be your recommendation about mandating vaccinations with staff? And you're muted.
Thank you. You know, I really do support any organization that either requires mandates vaccination or requires vaccination for all staff, or as the school district has done, required either vaccination or very frequent testing of staff. I actually issued a statement to that effect, or encouraging all businesses a few weeks ago to consider vaccine requirements for staff. The county, as an employer, the Contra Costa County is actually currently working on a policy requiring vaccinations for all county employees. So I definitely support, one of those approaches. That, there are certain legal limitations where there are certain exceptions for vaccination employer mandates that include documented medical exemptions, which are rare but do exist, as well as strongly held religious beliefs. So it is important that whatever policy that's enacted, there's going to be a very small subset of people who may still remain unvaccinated, and for those individuals to have a regular testing cadence for them to make sure they're not bringing COVID into the workplace or school environment.
Thank you so much for that. And earlier, you were talking about testing for unvaccinated employees. And your recommendation, from what I understood, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was that testing should be done weekly or twice a week if possible. And we're doing every other week. Would you recommend that we increase our testing to at least once a week for unvaccinated folks?
Yeah, certainly for staff, would recommend at least once a week, and would strongly consider it for unvaccinated students as well. Understanding that the population of unvaccinated students is much larger than your population of unvaccinated staff. So there are quite logistical challenges to a frequent testing of students, but still would recommend that if it's feasible.
Thank you for that. My next question is more just about the Delta variant. Are we seeing, sorry, lost my screen, sorry. Are we seeing a larger spread in our county with Delta? And does it spread more quickly than the original virus, and specifically for children?
Yes, so the first part of your question, we definitely are seeing, a big spread, and almost all the cases that we sequence now, 80 to 90% of cases that we sequence in our county are Delta, and each time we look at it, it's a higher percentage, and that's the same thing that the state is seeing as a whole. It's really crowding out every other variant. It does, so cases have been rising really since the 4th of July, and they're continuing on an upward spread, mostly in the unvaccinated population, but as the case levels rise, there is some spillover into the vaccinated population because no vaccine is 100% effective. Our understanding of the Delta variant, we're still really learning a lot about this, but it seems to maybe produce higher levels of virus in individuals in their breath and their nose. It also seems to, the incubation time, so the time from when someone gets exposed to COVID till they start shedding virus and becoming infectious, seems to be potentially shorter by a few days. So that means that cycle time from one person spreading it to the second person, who spreads it to the third person, who spreads it to the fourth person, that all may be compressed, and so leading to another reason for things to be more rapidly spread. There's still debate about whether it causes more severe illness compared to other strains, and some data is suggesting it does, but it's still not a full consensus on that as to whether it causes more severe illness than other strains. But it seems to spread faster. And then the final question was about children. And in California, we haven't seen a lot of severe illness in kids with Delta. We definitely have started to see a higher rate of kids getting infected with Delta, especially in that 5 to 12-year age group that isn't, able to get vaccinated yet. We used to see that group have a lower infection rate than older teens, and now because so many older teens have been vaccinated, we are seeing a higher case rate in the kind of elementary school under 12, 5 to 11-year-old age group, because they don't have the protection of the vaccine. So it may be spreading more among kids, but we're not, at least in California, seeing a lot of hospitalizations of kids. Now, there are reports in other parts of the country where they are starting to see pediatric hospitals, with increasing, mostly in the very low vaccinated parts of the country, like Louisiana, Florida, places like that. But so far in California, we have not seen that being reported from our pediatric hospitals.
Thank you so much for that. And since there was like 2 questions within that, I'll ask one more, President Phillips, and then I'll pass it back. So my last question, Dr. Farentano, for now is, I read some of the articles about the cases in Brentwood and Liberty District. I was wondering if you could give us advice on things that maybe they didn't do so well that we can do better so that we can avoid some of the issues that they went through recently. If otherwise, maybe the biggest recommendation you have for us in order to avoid what they're seeing.
Yeah, I can't speak to all the details of that, the cases in that school district. Our health department schools team was very involved with that district and supporting them with the contact tracing. But my understanding, from what I do know of that, is, one, that there were not any in-classroom transmissions, in-classroom spread of COVID clearly identified. So the classroom still seems to be a relatively safe environment. Most of these cases were children or staff who appeared to pick up COVID from home or in the community, but then showed up at school during their infectious period. I also understand that there were individuals who came to school when they had symptoms. And so that really, again, reinforces the importance of a real culture change. Whether you're a parent sending your child to school, or whether you're, a staff member. I mean, I know teachers have sort of a heroic mindset of they really want to, be there for their students and not let down their students, and they don't want to call in sick. And a lot of professions have that sort of mindset, but it's a real culture change we have to have, that, if you're not feeling well, don't show up to work, don't show up to school.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farentano. President Phillips, those are my questions for now.
Sure. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. Okay, so on the next round, I wanted to talk about testing. And when we did testing in the spring, it was a little rocky, especially around paperwork. So can you once again touch on these pieces of the testing protocol? Are all students randomly going to be selected? And is there paperwork that needs to be handed in? And is the paperwork one time, or does it cover the student for the entire year, or how does that work?
Trustee Reckler,
I'm
you
sorry.
want to do those one at a time so they can chunk them. Like,
Yeah, so it's about testing asymptomatic students. You know, is every student, does every student have to be tested?
So, like Dr. Ferrantano, for those that can be vaccinated, if they are vaccinated, they will not be required to test. If they are unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated, we will require them to test. There is a registration requirement from the company that we use. So that paperwork can either be done online or through on paper. And there is no cost to the student, staff, or anybody. So the paperwork may have to be repeated each time, but it won't be to the extent where they're filling out every single line. It may just be more of a registration process to make sure that they know who they are testing, because we don't want to confuse the test.
Okay, so to be clear, we're going to ask every student whether they're vaccinated or not, and are we asking for proof of vaccination?
We are, in terms of students, we can't really ask for vaccination. We can request that, but if they are not showing proof of vaccination, then they are required to test. Or I'm sorry, we are encouraging them to test.
Okay. All right, next question is about visitation to schools, and I am getting a little bit of mixed messaging from various sources. So we're limiting people during the school day, it seems, but if we're having a sporting event, are we limiting those people, and do we have the same protocols in place of signing in?
So we do have, I'm sorry, go ahead, Trustee Reckler.
No, that's okay. I think you got it. I think you got it. But it seems like we have some different things going on with people. If you come to the school during the day, you're doing one thing, but if you're coming to a sporting event, it feels like it's very, it feels very different to me.
So we are allowing spectators, but they will have to adhere to a screening process that we will implement at those games. At any time, we can restrict that. I don't know if you remember during the spring, we restricted access from parents. We eventually had access for outdoor sports only, but for indoor sports, we did not have spectators. So that is always an option for us. But, you know, we want to make sure that our young people are being supported by their parents. But we also want to make sure that our prevention strategies are effective and are in place, and making sure that they understand those practices.
And then what about things like PTA meetings or parent meetings or SSC meetings or ELAC meetings?
So for those meetings, they will be required to show proof of vaccination or a current negative COVID test, along with our screening procedures, and making sure that they are making arrangements with the site in terms of how they're going to be on campus. So they still would have to deal with, if it's a volunteer situation, they still would have to deal with our volunteer policy And then they would also have to go through these other prevention strategies for COVID.
Okay, and I think I'm up to my last one in this round. I did read somewhere that there are no masking policies outdoors unless there's a gathering of a large group. And I was wondering if someone might be able to tell me what constitutes a large group.
So a large group is something that you can't manage. So we don't put a number on it, but it's something that can't be managed. And that is based on what the site, so what each site is putting forward. But we don't put a number on a large group.
You can't manage that cupcaking, so. Okay, I think that's it for this round.
We will definitely try.
I love you guys, and I'm gonna say this because I noticed that when we started to meet late, we started to get loopy and whatnot. So, which is why we should be efficient with our meetings. But the next person is Smith Folds.
So, Mr. Booker, if there is a positive case with an office manager, a secretary, attendance clerk, vice principal, or principal, because they're all housed in the same area in most school sites. They're all together for longer than 15 minutes every day. If there's a positive case in those areas with those individuals, do we shut down the entire office?
So the other part of the 15 minutes is within 6 feet. And so if they are within 6 feet for that 15-minute period, then they would be considered exposed. And then we would go through our contact tracing protocol to see if they were in fact meet the criteria for being exposed. And at that point, that person would be either put into isolation or quarantine based on the information that they give the contact tracing team.
Just that person or the entire office, because they've all been in close contact with each other? At the school site that I'm, the one I know in particular, it's literally everyone's on top of each other in the same office. We have 2 counselors in there, we have an attendance clerk in there, we have the head secretary, we have the office manager, and we have the principal and vice principal, all in one very small area.
So it depends on what prevention strategies were in place also. So if they were properly masked, if there were shields between the person, if, obviously the 6 feet is important, but those would be questions that would be asked during the contact tracing. So it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody in that office is going to be isolated and or quarantined.
Okay. And then when we're talking about buses that bring our children to school, are we requiring those children to be sitting further from each other on the bus, not side by side, but are we one kid in this seat, another kid in another seat, all facing the same way? Is that a requirement for busing? And if so, have we looked at how much now or how many more buses we are going to need because of the distancing that's required? Or not required, suggested, or in best practice?
Right. So to your point, physical distancing is not a requirement. And the bus companies have their own guidance or strategy that they use. And as far as the bus companies that either whether it's public or first student, they have given us their guidance. So they are not limiting space on a bus, but they do have requirements in terms of ventilation, if possible, keeping the windows open, making sure that everybody's masked on that bus. So those are some of the strategies that they are putting forward.
Do all of our sites have nurses on them?
No.
Okay, and this is my last one for this round. Have we talked to the VAPA teachers about the 30-10 rule when it comes to open air and ventilation specifically when we were talking about band and choir, have we had conversations with them so they can then plan their schedule, their curriculum, their rehearsal times, et cetera?
So we did have an initial conversation, and we're going to follow back on that conversation, but we talked to, I forget the gentleman's name, but we talked to him with regard to Patrick Martin, with regard to what it would look like. And we talked about capacity, you know, the theaters, the PPEs, the information that I gave with regard to rehearsal. So we have had conversations with those people.
Thank you so much. That's my 5 for this round.
Thank you very much. I want to just pause for a moment. It's 10:16. Our meeting normally would end at 10:30, but we're still asking questions. And we have additional agenda items. So I want to check in with the superintendent, and then I want to get a motion to extend the meeting. But Dr. Hurst, what we have on action items, what can we hold over for another meeting?
I spoke to staff, and we do know that the number 3 could go, D3 could wait. But I am told by staff that 4 and 5 and 1 needs to stay on.
Okay. So 2's off already. So 2 and 3, but we need to do 1,
4 and 5.
1, 4, and 5. How long is the presentation on 1?
Tony, are you on?
Dr. Hurst, before you answer that, President Phillips, could I ask you a question before we before the answer? Could we possibly, once we get to action items, approve all action items at once? Since we already got our the presentations previously, could we approve all items so that we can concentrate on this presentation moving forward?
We shouldn't, because they're not consent items. We should take them one at a time. We don't have to ask a million questions, but they're not consent items.
Okay.
So I'll answer on 1. Everything's in the documentation, so there's no need for a presentation. If the board is fine, they can approve all of those on a single motion and vote.
Okay. And then number 4.
Lewis.
Yeah, so we can forego the presentation. The presentation's in the packet, and just move that if the board wishes to approve.
Okay, and number 5?
Tracy.
I'll see you, Reckler. I'll come to you.
Similar for number 5, no presentation needed. All of the information's in the précis.
Thank you.
Reckler, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I just, on the lake approval, I have like 4 questions. I don't need a presentation. They've been received in advance. So, you know, I don't have a lot on that. I have nothing on anything.
Okay, and then I'm just going to kind of scan, Reckler just spoke with scanning the rest of the board. These action items, do you have questions and discussions and things? Gonzalez,
I just want to let you know, I don't have any questions or discussion for any of the action items.
Okay. Smith Fold.
I'm pausing to double check, Mr. Phillips, President Phillips.
No problem. While you're checking, Christian, on these action items, do you have questions and discussions and you know, comments and things?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't believe I have any questions or comments. And if I have comments, I'll throw them into board comments. And if I have questions, I will send them to the superintendent.
Okay. And then board, on this, what we're doing right now, I'm not trying to put reins on any of you, just trying to make sure you have enough time. Trustee Reckler, if you were to estimate, how many questions do you think you have left on this, what we're doing now?
Ask somebody else for.
Okay. Smith Falls, if you were to estimate, how many questions do you think you might have?
Come back to me, I'm counting or estimating. It's 3 pages, so come back to me.
Okay. Mr. Christian?
I'm just giving some thought to it.
President
Mr.
Phillips.
Gonzalez, can we extend to midnight in the meetings?
Yes, I want to let you know I have 9 for Dr. Booker and 1 for Dr. Farnatano for my questions. But yeah, I'd be happy to make a motion to extend the meeting till midnight.
Okay, I'm gonna throw all you guys off and start asking questions.
Maybe you should do 12:30 then.
Just to mix it up. Okay, so we got a motion for midnight. Can I have a second?
Before I second, I have 37 questions. So you know.
Maybe we should do a little more longer.
So here's the thing. If part of the thing was to like be able to do this, right? We moved this up because we wanted the public to hear it. And, you know, they starting to dwindle off, you know. So at some point, it's just going to be us talking to ourselves. But we have a motion for midnight. I'm going to second that.
President Phillips, would you consider for us to do 12:30? I just want to make sure. One of my asks in the email to you was that we do have comments since it's the last time before school starts. I want to make sure staff, Dr. Hurst hears our thoughts on all this, and I want to make sure we get to that. I'd be really disappointed if we don't. And I hear your thoughts about questions and all that. I totally understand, but I want to make sure that we get to comments so that Dr. Hurst hears our thoughts.
At the end of the day, it's up to the group, but I have not asked, I don't think, any questions this entire time to try to help us, you know, move along. So, I mean, if we're going to throw the doors off of it, then I'm going to do it too. And I don't want to do that because I don't think I don't want to do that. But at the end of the day, it's up to the group. I would hope that we could, staff is coming over here looking at us like, how long are we going to be in the building? Because they want to go home too.
Yeah, I definitely hear you, President Phillips. And I do hope that we can end by 12. If we were to not, I'd be really upset if we can't make comments. So if we can all try to end by then, I think it'd be great. But if it's okay with you, I'll change my motion to 12:30.
I would like to put a second motion on the floor.
I can't stop you from changing your motion, but you know, I can't stop you from changing your motion. If you guys want to stay here till tomorrow, that's your choice. So is that your motion, 12:30?
Yes, my motion is 12:30.
Is there a second to stay here till 12:30?
I guess not.
I would like to put a second motion on the floor when I'm able.
You're able, ma'am.
I would like to stay. I would like to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock, and here's the reason why. I would like to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock because even if there's no one left watching, this is recorded, and parents in the community should have an opportunity to go back and listen to the recording. I would like to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock, not that we have to go to 1 o'clock, but we have said that every board member will be able to ask their questions unlimited. And I do not want anyone to feel as if they are limited by the clock. Finally, I want to extend to 1 o'clock because I think it is vital that board members give their comments to the superintendent, that board members give their comments so each other can hear, and so the board members give their comments so the community can hear. So I would like to have one of my colleagues second us staying until 1 o'clock as a possibility at its latest for those 3 reasons.
Is there a second to stay here till 1 in the morning?
I'll second. And
wanna
just so
make a
everybody
motion.
know, I'm the one that works at 6:30 in the morning every day. So I think that, you know, it's a sacrifice that we got to do, unfortunately, right? So I totally get the apprehension. And I know President Phillips, you work like I do as well. So I totally understand it. But I think that we have to do it because people need to know the information.
Hopefully, well, since we're all throwing out motions, I'm gonna go back to the original. Can I have a motion for midnight? I mean, I'm making a motion for midnight. Can I have a second for that?
I'll second that.
Thank you. So that's the last motion on the floor. We're gonna vote on midnight. And then if midnight doesn't pass, we're gonna vote on 1 in the morning. And if that doesn't pass, I'm gonna gavel us out of here because it's 10:30. All right. So on the motion for midnight, Trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
Smith votes no. I think we need more time.
Kristen, you're up next.
Oh, man. A lot needs to be covered. But if we don't have to use all that time to 1 o'clock, I know Gonzalo Horse said 12:30.
The motion on the floor right now is, do you support ending at midnight? If you do, you say yes. If you don't, you say no, and we move on.
No.
Gonzalez, wait, no.
So now the motion is on the floor is that we end at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Just clarification, Mr. Phillips, is not that we end at 1, that we have the ability to go until 1 o'clock.
I understand. So I'm phrasing it that the end time of the meeting is 1. It could end before that, but the motion on the floor is that we extend until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Reckler, yes.
Smith votes yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Phillips, no. This meeting is extended until 1 o'clock in the morning. So we were on, who was asking a question?
I think Trustee Christian.
Well, let's take it from the top. Trustee Christian, you have 5 questions.
Okay. You can come back to me. I gotta get my thoughts.
Would you like me to go, President Phillips?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Booker, I'll start with you. And then I'll go to you after that, Dr. Fernandano. Mr. Booker, you mentioned earlier playing outside. Elementary schools have play structures. Will students be required to wear masks at the play structures? Or because it's outside, they're not necessary?
No, they're outside. It isn't a requirement. We are recommending that if they're in a large, what is considered a large group, they should try to wear a mask as much as possible, but it isn't a requirement for outdoors.
Okay, thank you for that. Next question is, what is the procedure for yard supervisors to wear masks outside around students?
Like I said, there is no requirement for outdoor masking, but if they want to wear a mask, they are are capable of doing that. And if they are in a large group setting, we encourage that they do wear the mask.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is about our procedure for staff meetings. Dr. Hurst knows I was going to ask this because I had a long debate with him today, a very respectful and fun debate. Are we having staff meetings, PDs, and things like the new teacher orientation next week, which are potentially indoors, all in person?
As of right now, yes.
As of right now. Dr. Farnatano, question for you. What would be your recommendation or best practice to school districts or to us around meetings of adults in larger numbers? And sorry, larger is doesn't have a specific number, but let's say 30 and above.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be specific about every single type of meeting, but in general, you know, where possible and feasible, and it still allows the goals of the meetings to be achieved, you know, virtual meetings are clearly the safest. You know, meeting outdoors when that's feasible is always safer than meeting indoors. If there are indoor meetings, trying to really, you know, obviously everyone wearing masks at the meetings, and also, you know, avoiding any kind of eating or drinking in the meeting indoors if you can. You know, have any kind of food breaks outdoors where, you know, where people are taking their masks off. So, I mean, there's, you know, none of these things are required, but there are different levels of, you know, safety to try to minimize any risks of large in-person meetings.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Dr. Hurst, question for you, sir. With your experience of doing this work in Othello and already going through this, and knowing that our current procedure is that we're going to have staff meetings, PDs, and things like new teacher orientation in person, what are the safety metrics and accountability metrics that you are ensuring that we have so that we can keep staff safe in those situations?
Absolutely. After listening to Dr. Farnatano and also to Mr. Booker, it's really everything that they've been saying. And I certainly hear and respect what Dr. Farnatano is saying as well, and a recommendation. But I think what we have been doing and what I've modeled even myself this morning, and this is based on our conversation, is the masking protocols, the ventilation. Certainly, we had hand sanitizer stations all over as well. We focused on social distancing. The pieces around accountability is, as I shared with you this morning, is me modeling that in our meeting this morning, and then setting an expectation with all of our principals and our leaders as well, but also being reinforced tomorrow with Mr. Booker and sharing with them some clear expectations and guidance on what we expect when they're holding these meetings. And then again, just going back to what Dr. Farnatano was saying, and certainly respecting that opinion, in our conversation, I shared the right for our principals to be able to have those meetings, the in-person meetings as well, and for them and trusting them to hold individuals accountable for those safety metrics that you were talking about and I was talking about.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hurst, for that. President Phillips, to be honest, I didn't keep track of how many questions I just asked. I'm not sure if you were. Otherwise, I'll ask another question. Okay. I guess my last question for this round will be, Mr. Booker, what will be the procedure for staff to eat their lunch and or during break?
So it's pretty much the same thing. We are encouraging them to eat outside as much as possible. But if they are indoors, that they have maximum spacing, and that they try not to face each other. And if they are not eating, they should either have a mask on or should be leaving the area.
Okay, thank you. President Phillips, that's it for now.
Next trustee, Ms. Reckler.
Yes, thank you. I think this is for Dr. Fornatale. So I think the district, I think the county website is now tracking infections by vaccinated and unvaccinated people. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. If you go to our website, it will show a graph of vaccinated, the case rates for vaccinated individuals and the case rates for unvaccinated individuals. And if you look at that graph, you'll see, the case rates for unvaccinated individuals are, depending on the particular day, 5 to 10 or even 15 times higher. In fact, I don't know if I can share my screen. I'll just pull it up right now and actually show you that graph. Let's see if I can. Just a moment here. Is that graph visible to others?
Oh, yes, I can see
Yeah,
that.
so you can see that the green line is the case rate for unvaccinated individuals, 54 cases per day per 100,000 versus the unvaccinated is 10. So, more than 5 times higher. And, as you can see that unvaccinated line, the green line, is really continuing to go up, up and up. Last few days are in gray because that's incomplete data.
Okay, thank you. And then to the district, this is a question from one of my constituents who would like to know if the district can model similar reporting. So that's the question on that. My next question is has to do with ventilation, and there may be a point where our AQI standards for smoke days might actually conflict with turning off ventilation we can't do that for COVID. So to the district, what's the thinking around that about what we would do?
So, and we talked about this a little bit today as well. So we have a AQI protocol that if it reaches a certain number, we do shut off the ventilation, and Louis Freeze can maybe chime in on this as well. But at that point, we will look at strategies, whether it's an alternative learning or possibly outside space. But once it gets to a point where it is unacceptable, then the superintendent makes the decision on if we're going to close that site for that day. You're on mute.
I would just support what Michael had said in regards to the index.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The next question is Michael Booker officially the COVID czar of our district?
So are you asking me or are you asking Dr. Hurst?
He is officially the COVID czar, Trustee Reckler. We all go and refer to Mr. Booker.
Okay, thank you. And then at sites, is there a point person on every campus that acts as the COVID czar? Or?
So our plan is to have a safety response team at every campus. And that team consists of a lot of different people. to include whether it's a custodian or a facilities person, or maybe an office manager. At the secondary level, the CSs, as well as a designee from the principal. And they will have reporting responsibilities for that site. And so we would get information from them, as well as have meetings on a monthly basis where we would exchange that information. And so everybody within the district would know what was going on with those sites as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I think this is my last one for this round, is really for any comprehensive high school, but I did look at El Cerrito High School's schedule. And if I'm reading it correctly, it seems to me that the entire school breaks for lunch at the same time. So regardless of whether it's El Cerrito or 500 kids or 600 kids, can you talk once again around mitigation strategies and lunch?
Yeah, so like I said, I mean, there is no social distancing. So we have the ability to use the cafeteria, but there are stipulations. They can't face each other. You know, we try to physically distance and our maximum distance as much as we can, but we are strongly encouraging outdoor eating. And if that is not possible because of the weather, then we are looking at alternatives in terms of like gymnasiums, or, you know, a multi-purpose room, something of that nature. But we want to make sure that at the secondary site, they also will have carts that they can get their lunches from, as well as windows that are outside, serving windows that are outside of the cafeteria, because we don't want to make sure that it's a tight space without COVID restrictions. So we want to make sure that they are able to get a lunch before the lunch period is over.
And if I could just add that our purchasing department has purchased additional tables that would distribute out to the school sites, folding tables, so they can either use those indoors in space out of the cafeteria, or when the weather's conducive, use those outside as additional seating.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'm done for this round.
Thank you. Will we still have the eye and hearing tests on campus? You know how the little eye truck comes up to campus and the little hearing truck comes up to campus, and the kids go out there and they get their hearing tested and they get their eyes tested. Are we still doing that?
We will be completing all mandatory hearing and vision screening for the coming school year.
And are we adding any longer time to that process so we can air it out, we can ventilate it, we can clean it, anything like that being added?
The nursing department is working on the appropriate schedule for completing those required screenings at this time, and principals will be receiving their schedule upcoming, and we will be meeting all safety precautions for the conditions for those screeners.
Thank you. Mr. Booker, will indoor concession stands be open, like for basketball games and volleyball games when they're inside the gym, badminton, wrestling, etc.?
So at this time, they will be open, but you will not be able to eat inside of the facility. We are not allowing people to eat in a gym because you will have to be masked while you're in that. And so, like Dr. Ferrantano said, we want to discourage people from eating in those environments. But we are allowing, with restrictions, to have a concession stand.
So I'm going to piggyback off of that. So eating and drinking in indoor events will not be allowed. For example, if a band is having a concert in their gymnasium and they're selling food, to eat that food, you need to go outside. You can buy the food in the area to listen, you can buy the food in the concert or at the concert, but you need to go outside to eat it.
Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, for this round, have we talked to coaches about using the gym, and how long will the cleaning have to happen after that? Let me just elaborate. Lunch happens third period. or lunch happens in the middle between second period and third period, but the coach has a class, a PE class right after lunch, but they're eating in the gym. What are we doing to make sure that they have enough time in between the gym and the next class to start to clean the gym? Because people spill, Mr. Booker. You know how like it's going to be a hot mess if they're all eating in the gym on a rainy day.
Right. So what I can do is I can circle back on that, but we want to make sure that we're getting information from the custodian group as far as their cleaning regimen. We understand that they are on a schedule that allows for cleaning throughout the day, but we want to make sure that they are able to do that prior to any class starting.
Thank you so much. That's my 5 for this round.
Thank you, Board. As we go on and continue to ask questions, can I ask board members to pay close attention to being succinct as possible, and not spending more time making comments and asking questions, because it's 10:46 at night and people are tired and they gotta go to work. I know I do. So please be succinct and just ask your question. The next person I think is Christian.
Yeah, just a few questions. Just for Louis Freeze, just to go back to revisit Kennedy and Richmond High air, those machines that are being put up. I mean, how's everything working so far, and how's their circulation going?
Everything is still working. In fact, I asked staff today to go back and re-audit the facility to make sure that we've picked up all the areas that may have not had an air filter due to the spring return. I know that have provided many more filters out on that site already, and we should have that inventory done tomorrow and have that information so we can supply whatever they're short.
Okay. At Richmond High is in their what is their quad area, their from the cafeteria to that whole quad area is those machines out there in those areas as well, is circulating that air?
So I know that we've provided more machines to Richmond High, and Principal Daniel has been very proactive about requesting additional machines for his facility. I can't say tonight that we've actually have machines distributed out through the quad area, although that is in an air-conditioned space that does have outside air, but we will look into that and address that with the principal and our staff to make sure we do have that covered.
Okay, because it was people that had some concerns, and they had emailed me some concerns, and so I was just bringing it, making sure that their ventilation area, in that quad area, will be circulating.
We'll definitely make sure that we have them in place.
Okay, and let's see. That's it for right now.
Okay. Remember, guys, questions. We're not here to direct staff. Questions. Gonzalez, weigh in.
Thank you. Mr. Booker, are we providing see-through masks for our speech services? And maybe that's a question for Ms. Hardy, I'm not sure.
We are, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we are.
Perfect. Thank you.
We're using the ones that are recommended by the county, and our speech and language therapists had went through a lengthy process to choose the ones that are most effective for their needs for therapy.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ms. Hardy. Mr. Booker, if a student comes to school with a dirty or broken mask, can teachers or principals ask them to exchange them for a new one? And will teachers be provided with additional PPE masks in their classroom so they're able to do so?
Yes. So each site was provided proper PPE. So if a student or staff member comes without a mask, they would be able to get one from either the front office or from some staff that has that available.
And there are masks in the classrooms. There are masks in the classrooms as well for the teachers to distribute out to students.
Thank you both on that. Mr. Booker, in your presentation, you talked about band for a minute. You mentioned that students going to band are going to have a 10 minutes while air changes. Where are students going to wait during those 10 minutes?
We would recommend that they wait outside. And so if it's weather permitting, if they're not able to go outside, we ask that they go to another room. All our rooms have the proper filters and ventilation. So, but we just want to make sure that the air that they were in is being recirculated with fresh air.
Okay, thank you. Are we still doing temperature checks in the classroom if the teacher wants to continue doing them?
No.
Like we were doing in the spring? No?
No.
Okay. And my last question for this round is, this question might be for you, Mr. Booker, or maybe Dr. Hurst. Are charter schools that we provide oversight for, are they following our same procedures, or do they have to turn in procedures to us for approval, or just so that we see what their procedures are?
I guess I can answer that. So I'm sorry, Tony, did you want to chime in on that?
So charter schools are following the same county guidelines. They're not following exactly our guidelines, but they do have to meet all county guidelines.
And are they sending us their procedures or their plan?
We did receive their opening plans that haven't really been revised since everyone's kind of following the same opening plans. And then if they make any material revisions, they're required to let us know if they're making an adjustment. We're meeting with them again on Monday. So we're going to be checking in with all the charters on if there's been any changes to their plans from the spring or any new procedures that they're implementing, so that we can again review and make any advice or interventions necessary.
Thank you, Dr. Wald. President Phillips, that's my last question for this round.
I'm gonna place bets on you guys. I wish I had a bookie to see who's gonna be the last person standing. Next is Ruffler.
This might be it for me. So I'm wondering if you are thinking about any de-densification strategies for arrivals and departures. Do you think that's necessary?
So we do have an arrival and departure procedure for schools. Those are going to be in our handbooks, which we will be getting to our staff and communities. We'll talk about this a little bit with the principals tomorrow. But those procedures are in those handbooks. So okay. There's two handbooks. One is for administrators or site people, and then the other one is for families and students.
Okay. And then I did read somewhere that there was guidance that all students were going to come in through one entrance, and at a big comprehensive high school. Do we still think that's something?
So when people say one entrance, they just assume that means one door. What we're saying is one point of access. So, and I'm going to use El Cerrito for example. They have those gates that lead into the quad. They would have the ability to use those gates, all of them, because they could be monitored. But we don't want a group coming in a gate that is not monitored. And we do that for a lot of different reasons. You know, one would be intruders, the potential for an active shooter situation. We really want to limit the access on the campus. And so if we're monitoring the one point of access, we minimize somebody getting onto our campuses. But the alternative is if you're going to use another entrance, that be monitored by staff.
Okay. And then finally, can you update us on safety protocols? This will be the first year back without school resource officers.
Yes, so we revamped our former CSO program. They're called Campus Safety Specialists now. So not only did we add supervision, which was important at the high school level, but we also have the ability to get even more training than what they have. And then they're going to be more part of the restorative justice practices at the site. But the main thing is that what we've seen is that they needed supervision. I think they were the only group on a campus that didn't have immediate supervision. So I think that will help. We are in communication with the 5 cities, police departments, and we are looking at ways to for them to service our schools. All our schools are in their communities, so we want to make sure that we are getting the services that they provide to those communities. Dr. Hurst and I met with the county chiefs, I believe 2 weeks ago, and we discussed options in terms of how they would deal with the school district.
Okay, thank you. And I think this might be my final question, which is a couple of months back, can't quite remember. We had a discussion about police at games where rivalries might get the better of people. Has there been further discussion about police at those hot games?
So every site is required to give us a safety plan prior to an event, and that has to be given to us within a 72-hour period. And if we feel that there may be some issues at those sites, we will look at alternatives. And so one of the alternatives may be that we may change the venue, we may change the times, or we may not allow access from spectators. So we have a strategy in place, but we have talked to the police departments about that as well. And we're just trying to make sure that we continue some type of relationship with the police departments, because like I said, our schools are in their community, and you know, we have community schools, so we want to make sure that anything that we do, they're at least aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Reckler. Ms. Folt.
Dr. Fonatano, I have one question for you. Do you guys have your meetings virtual or in person, your health meetings?
Most of our large meetings are still virtual. We have resumed having some smaller meetings in person. You know, it varies. I mean, it's a large department and there's a lot of different divisions, and you know, some groups are doing more virtual and some are doing more in person. So it's definitely a blend, but I think we're still having a lot of our larger meetings in a virtual format.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, Mr. Booker, is there a way set up on campuses for students, parents, staff to report the breaking of any kind of protocols? For example, masking protocol breaking, you know, you understand what I mean? How
Yes.
is that reported?
Yeah, so it's based on the like Dr. Hurst said earlier, it's going to be based on our site leadership and the people that they have that work at that site. But we also have a hotline number that they could use that is anonymous that will report that information. I get that information and I would disseminate it to the site and they would take the appropriate steps to correct that.
And is that hotline published on our Facebook page or website page? Where would people find that number?
That is a number that we give to the sites. So we have not published it on our website, but I will talk to Dr. Hurst and Tracy Logan about those options. But that number is mainly for the sites.
Thank you for that. And then your slide said alternative educational opportunities for non-maskers. I'm not quoting you exactly on the slide, but what are those alternative educational opportunities?
That's something that I think Ms. Martin would have to answer. But they do have that available to them.
Thank you.
Ms. Martin, did you want to touch on that?
Well, Mr. Booker, you're in the safety one right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
My fifth question, do you have a copy of the discipline matrix and how will that be communicated to parents and students?
So we have a copy of the discipline matrix. That discipline matrix is being updated, and LaShante Smith has the responsibility for that in collaboration with many other people within that services.
Thank you for that. That's my fifth one on this round.
Christian.
Let's see. Thank you. I think that's it for me.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gonzalez-Flores.
Thank you. I am down to my last two for now, Mr. Booker.
Mr. Gonzalez-Flores, I'm getting a little loopy. When you said the last two, I was like this, and you said for now.
Just in case something sparks my mind later on. But Mr. Booker, you talked earlier about breakfast and lunch at elementary sites. Some of our elementaries also do snack time during recess, before or after recess. Are we also taking that in consideration in our plans?
So we didn't necessarily talk about snack time because we want to make sure that we really focus on the breakfast part of it. As far as snack time goes, that is not currently an option that we would have in a classroom, but we are looking at that for the elementary sites.
Okay, so potentially that's going to be available, but as of right now, there's no plan for snack time. So potentially in the next couple of weeks, something might come up for that.
Yeah, I mean, I have to look at current guidance, and Dr. Ferrantano can kind of attest to this, is that the guidance are changing rapidly. So I just want to make sure that we are up to date with the most current guidance before I make a decision like that. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. And then my last question, Mr. Booker, is that I did see in the past presentation there was a couple slides of an FAQ. Are we putting out an FAQ for families and staff as well next week? So we did have a FAQ that was posted on our website, but we do have the ability to put out additional FAQs. We're going to talk to the principals about that tomorrow. We actually are going to get They will have a Q&A, but we will give them a FAQ sheet that they can put their questions on, and we'll answer them accordingly.
Okay, but for one that principals can then give to their staff, you could
Yes.
potentially give them that. Okay, perfect, perfect. That's
They will
that's
have
what I
that
was wondering.
tomorrow. It's part of the presentation.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Booker and Dr. Fernatano. That's my last question for you. Oh, President Phillips, I'm done.
Yes, sir. We're gonna start looping again. Okay. Beckler.
Nothing
Good.
further.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Smith-Folds.
Dr. Hurst, what are the alternative educational opportunities for non-maskers?
So as Larisha had talked about earlier, we have the independent study and the virtual academy as well. So that's what we're using as the alternative learning environments.
Thank you. Mr. Booker, has the protocol been altered at all for parents who want to come and visit the classroom? It used to be that if you are badged and you give 24-hour notice to teachers, then you can come in to monitor your child's classroom. Has that protocol changed at all? I'm thinking 24 hours, it may be 48, but let's say 48 hours. Has that changed at all?
Yes, and so I talked about this earlier, is that they would have to make an appointment. There would be a vaccination verification or recent negative COVID test, as well as a screening process when they come on the campus, as well as following our protocols that are in place, masking and stuff like that.
Thank you. My third question, have all HVAC systems been checked and signed off on as working?
When you say checked and signed off on, our staff has serviced the HVAC units and changed the filters. In fact, we're going around with our second round of change of filters now. Was also as part of our program to go out and survey our facilities. We've had an outside consultant looking at our units, and those units are up and running, and ones that have been down have been serviced by our mechanics.
Thank you. My fourth question, Mr. Booker, who will be monitoring students while they're on their mask breaks?
And I think Ms. Martin touched on this. The teacher has the ability to do that. If it's at a secondary site, we could get somebody like the CS or somebody that is on staff to assist with that.
And my last question for this round, and it's still on the mask breaks because I used to be a high school teacher. How many mask breaks per period? Because you know high school students. How many mask breaks are we having per period?
So we have not put a number on mask breaks. So it's as needed, but we have not put a number on that.
Thank you very much. That's all for this round. I appreciate it.
Okay. Christian.
Question for Mr. Booker. How will, every day, because you have to have reminders every day. So how would that information get out on the school site just as a reminder?
So we're looking at a couple of options. One of them is that we are developing a script that each site will use, that they can broadcast throughout the day from their site. We are also looking at an option that would be kind of like, at the airport where it's a pre-recorded message and that would go out at certain times. We don't want to interfere with the educational environment. So we want to make sure that those communications are timely and not interfering with the educational environment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we're looping. I'm gonna start with each person. If you don't have anything, you don't have to make something up just to have something. Just you can say no. That's okay. But if you have something, by all means, go ahead and ask it. Mr. Gonzalez-Ford.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Reckler.
Nothing more.
Ms. Bowles.
Mr. Booker, we were talking about in the first round about teaching aides, 101 aides have to work closer with students and other staff. What are the mitigation strategies that we are encouraging those aides to use in the classroom?
So many of the strategies that we already mentioned, masking, making sure that if a mask is not an option, that they have the face shields, as well as the shields that we can either put on the desk as they act as a divider, but having some of those options available to them so they could get that instruction.
Thank you so much. Are we limiting the bathroom usage during the day at our sites?
So, and I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, but we are limiting in terms of how many people are in a bathroom at one time. So that will be monitored to make sure that we don't have a large group in a bathroom, you know, in a confined space. So we are limiting the number, and it's right now it's 3. We may change that number in the near future, but right now it's 3.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you so much for that. That leads me to my third question. Who will be monitoring the bathroom?
So we will talk to the principals about that tomorrow, get some input from them. But we are looking at, you know, staff. If it's at the secondary level, you know, we use the CS to assist with that. But we are looking at staff. You know, it's not just the responsibility of the principal. It's everybody that is involved on that campus.
Thank you so much. Question number 4. Could you talk to me about the locker room for PE? Are students going to be changing in the locker room, and then how will safety be implemented or spacing be implemented?
So we are allowing students to change in the locker room, but we are leaning towards not allowing them to use lockers in those locker rooms, and being able to put their, if they have a bag or their clothing, being able to put that in a room, because it's hard to really monitor, especially if you're giving them a locker. And we talked about shared space earlier. We don't want them sharing lockers in a locker room. So we're going to try to limit that as much as possible.
Thank you for that. And my 5th question on this round, just for clarification, a lot of what I'm seeing says when physical distancing is not feasible. When is it not feasible?
If it interferes with the 100% in-person learning, if it limits, so if we have a number, and I'll use the elementary as an example, if the number is 30, we're not going to limit that class from having that 30, that maximum number.
Okay, thank you. That's my 5th question for this round.
Christian.
One question is to the county health guy on the what is the number that's in Richmond? What's the number that's rising in Richmond?
You're referring to what the case rates are in Richmond?
Yes. Yes.
I can pull it up for you from our, our public dashboard. So, what we display is the number of cases in the last, 14 days per 100,000 people. So in Richmond, there were, in the last 14 days, there were 482 cases, which works out to a rate of 367. For comparison, the rate in Antioch, which is the highest rate currently, is 570. The rate county-wide is 334. So Richmond rate is slightly higher than the county rate as a whole.
So do we have a lot to worry about?
Well, we certainly have. I'm certainly worried. I think we all should be worried about this this surge, and I think that worry should encourage people to get vaccinated, as well as take those other steps to protect themselves and their families.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, President Phelps. Yeah, I do have a follow-up question for Mr. Booker. On your answer to Trustee Smith-Folds about the monitoring of students for the bathroom, did I hear you say that there will be a staff member that monitors every student that goes to the bathroom? Or did I hear that incorrectly?
No, so what I'm saying is that we will talk to the principals tomorrow and see what what options are available. We know at the secondary sites that we do have CS personnel available that can assist with that. But we're going to get information from the principals tomorrow, especially at the elementary level.
Got it. Okay, yeah, because it's mostly secondary that you were referring because of the additional staff.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, but for elementary, the monitoring might not be required since they have lack of staff practically.
I think, and this is even without COVID, that there has to be some type of monitoring for a bathroom, because there are a number of things that can happen in a bathroom that could be problematic for a site. So like I said, we will talk to the principals tomorrow and see what options they have available, and then make a decision with regard to elementary schools moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Booker, for clarifying. That's it, President Phillips.
Nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Booker, can elementary school teachers have rugs?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Because teachers still have duty-free lunches, who will be monitoring elementary school students on rainy days where outside eating is not possible?
So that is a question that we will look to the principals tomorrow for. I will give some guidance with regard to how that should be done, but I want to hear from the principals. We've heard from some principals, but we want to make sure that we get all the information before we start making decisions that affect sites.
Thank you so much. Do you know if we have sites that will just have one lunch period? Has that information been given to you yet?
No, I know that the majority of our secondary schools only have one lunch period. I know that the elementary schools have multiple lunch periods, but currently at this time, I can't give you a number that is for, because it's site specific. So, and we told the principals that they should base their plan on their site, as well as our mitigation strategies.
Thank you so much. I was talking about students going to resource speech occupational therapy in the last session, and I was asked to ask you this. If a student tests positive in one of those groups, you have 3 kids coming from 3 different classes into that space, speech therapy. 1 kid out of the 3 tests positive. What are our next steps?
So that kid that tests positive would be placed into isolation. We would contact their parents so they can come pick them up. But we would also start our contact tracing protocol. And that contact tracing protocol would involve these 6 feet for 15 minutes or more. And there are questions that the contact tracing team will ask to see if we need to either isolate or quarantine those people that may have been exposed.
Thank you so much. This is my last question for this round. Are we encouraging teachers or allowing teachers to help our younger students with their masks?
So what we do in terms of masks is that we will, in terms of the leadership, we will give guidance on not only the mask that they should be wearing, but also the proper fit, how a mask should be worn. And then it is up to that site leader to make sure that they staff understands that and can convey that to the young people.
Thank you so much. That's my 5th question for this round.
Christian?
I don't have anything come through.
No further questions. Thank you.
Nothing further, thank you.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you. If windows and doors can't be open, weather or safety issues, does that prevent an indoor gathering from happening?
That is a consideration that we will look at. And if it doesn't fit a certain criteria, then we will make a decision on if that is going to happen or not. And that's why it's important for us to have those safety plans in advance so we can ask some of those questions that you're asking.
Thank you so much. When we're talking about schools that have portables and the rainy day and the smoke day plans for campuses, and then they have to close them up, is that taken into consideration for if that campus is going to be closed or not?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part of that question. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So when we're talking about closing campuses because of smoke days or something like that, so some campuses are just fully portables or have a majority of portables. So keeping those doors open, you're bringing in the elements from outside. So is the fact that some campuses are portable heavy, which most of our campuses are portable, but portable heavy, is that a consideration taken into account when we're talking about closing a school down because of a smoke incident or
yeah,
weather,
so
inclement weather, things like that?
Like I talked about earlier, we have an AQI procedure, as well as keeping in mind what the strategies are for COVID. But ultimately, closing any site is the superintendent has the full authority to do that. And I don't want to speak for the superintendent, but I think that with information from the county, information that we're giving him, he will base his decision on that.
Thank you so much. And we're talking about schools that their passing periods are outside. They don't have hallways. Their passing periods are outside. Are we suggesting that those students stay masked up passing from one period to the next, because campus will then be very crowded because everybody passes at the same time?
Yes. So passing periods or indoors, they are required to wear a mask, even if that breezeway is or a hallway is outside.
Okay, so I got a little confused, Mr. Booker.
I'm sorry. So if they're in a passing period, we're saying that they have to maintain their mask going to the next class.
even if their passing period is outside, even if they have
Yes.
to go outside to get to the other class. Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Mr. Booker, forgive me, my hands were not up. I don't know which number I'm on. I'm going to say I'm on 4. I'm going to say that this is the 5th one that I'm asking now. When you have the bi-weekly testing that's happening on campus, will those students be tested before school, after school, in the middle of a class? How will that look?
So I met with Predison Laboratories yesterday, and we are developing a schedule for each site. So they will give me the schedule tomorrow. As a matter of fact, they will be at our training for the principals. So they will not only give me the schedules, but they will also give me the testing kits that the principals will be responsible for.
That was my 5th. Thank you, Mr. Booker. I appreciate it. That was my 5th question for this round.
Christian? No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't have anything.
Gonzalez Floyd?
No further questions. Thank you.
Reckler?
Nothing further, thank you.
Info.
Mr. Booker, and I don't know if you said this, and forgive me if you've already mentioned this. If a student tests positive or has been quarantined, hasn't tested positive, but has been quarantined, are they required to bring in, like if they have been exposed or if they've tested positive, are they required to bring any paperwork back to the school when they come back on campus?
No.
No.
We just have to make sure that they're still not displaying signs and symptoms of COVID, but they do not have to bring a doctor's note to return after the quarantine period if they don't show any symptoms.
Thank you for that. My second question on this round is, when are we training teachers, and when are we training teachers on how to recognize COVID asymptomatic students or symptomatic students, both? When are we training teachers on how to recognize students that may need to go to isolation rooms or have a further mitigation?
So asymptomatic would be more difficult, but symptomatic would be, and it was in one of the slides where we talked about contact tracing, you know, whether it's a cough or you know, fever is subjective because we're not doing temperature checks. But we are giving that information to the principals tomorrow. And then it is up to the principals to decide how and when they're going to train their staff. We will be available to them for any training, but they have to request that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Booker. And question number 3, are we allowing room in the daily schedule for the extra hand washing and the extra hand washing that we not just sanitizing, but the extra hand washing that we want our students to do?
So there will be times where they will be able to wash their hands with soap and water. But to your point of sanitation, we will have the sanitizers available throughout the school as well as in the classrooms.
Okay. And I am just, Mr. Booker, if you will bear with me for just 1 second, I'm just going to look through and make sure. Mr. Booker, can we ask people for proof of a vaccination because of health privacy laws? Is that something that we can do as a school site?
We can ask them, but
they don't have to say. Is that
they
kind of?
don't have to
okay.
say, and if they don't say, then they will be required to test.
Okay, and that testing can happen on campus, or they need to go
or by service provider, or you know, the county, or you know, CVS, whoever is doing the testing.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my 5th one for this round, President Phillips.
Christian? You got any more?
No, I don't have anything. I'm through.
Okay. Gonzalez, Hoy, you got any more?
No, President Phelps.
Beckler, you got any more?
Nope.
Ms. Foles, you got any more?
Yes. Mr. Booker, we talked about this before, but I was just a little confused and I want a little clarification. When we're talking about things like band concerts or spectator events, those band concerts or spectator events, do we have a number limited to the amount of people who will be able to attend now currently?
No, so, we encourage that they try to do those as outside as much as possible, but if they're indoors, we could limit the capacity. And we could limit as much as not having spectators at all. But we don't put a number on it. We ask that they maximize the distance. So if that meant every other seat, we would do that. But it is based on what that site is doing and what their safety plan is saying.
Thank you so much. Dr. Hurst, I have a question. Are we encouraging our teachers not to make things punitive if students cannot, or they don't feel comfortable, or their parents don't feel comfortable for them attending these events like playing in a band concert?
Yeah, I think this goes back to what Larisha was saying as well, and Mr. Booker, that we're certainly not going the punitive route, and we're going more the restorative route. So absolutely, we're not going to make it punitive.
Okay, thank you. And so just to be very clear, if my band student says that she does not feel comfortable playing in the winter concert because the elementary school's there and the middle school's there, that she will not be penalized in her grading for not attending that concert.
Right, so we'll look for an alternative option for that student.
Okay, thank you so very much. And then Mr. Booker, I believe, did we say family nights are going to be on Zoom, in person, hybrid, or left up to sites?
So that is left up to the site, but we have to make sure that we are using all our prevention strategies with regard to that. We are encouraging, if they are having family nights, that if they are in person, that they, like I said, try to do those outdoors and then adhere to the prevention strategies that we have in place.
Okay, so thank you for that. This is my fourth question, and it goes to that. If a site is having a back to school night, and in back to school night, not in elementary, but back to school night in middle school and high school, they go from class to class to class to class, because you go to each teacher's class and you have a couple of minutes and you ask the question, and you go to another teacher's class and you ask, they have 5-6 minutes and they give you a presentation and you ask questions. Are there mitigation strategies that are going to be specific to events like that have so many people on campus and going to different classes in a short amount of time? Because they only give you, a back to school night, you have 2 hours and then you have to be like there, you have 10 minutes in this class, 10 minutes in that class. So it's going to be very difficult for cleaning or those mitigation strategies to happen. So what are we doing in that case?
So it still will go to our visitors policy, where we're requiring certain things, as well as making appointments to make sure that you can be on the campus. But we don't want to prohibit a function like that from happening, but they have to adhere to our strategies and the other things that we're requiring with regard to vaccination or negative test. So
thank you so much, Mr. Booker. And Mr. Booker, I do believe that that's it, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
thank you, Trustee Foltz.
You're welcome.
So are there any board members? I have a couple of questions that I need to ask. Are there any board members who have any more questions around this presentation. And I'm scanning faces.
Around this presentation, the whole superintendent presentation, President Phillips?
What we've been doing for the last 4 hours.
Not just this section, but the entire presentation. So I do have 2 more questions.
Go ahead.
Dr. Hurst, there's been talk in the community about a communication tree, about how we're disseminating information consistently and thoroughly enough for parents to feel like they're in the loop. Do you have any update about how this communication tree will look? Are we going to keep some of the same strategies that we had in the spring about updating our website about COVID cases? Are we going to have more calls coming to families from the district like we've had consistently on Wednesdays about food pickup on Thursdays? Can you give me a little information about how we are increasing or decreasing or changing our communication?
Yeah, I could talk a little bit about it, and if Bobby is still here, can jump in as well. I spoke to the principals and I shared with them today that we consider this a win. In the listening tour, one of the big pieces was internal and external communications. Certainly the website was also a big piece, and I know trustees have actually talked to me about the website as well. So we've taken that seriously, and I given all of that information to Bobby, and he actually has delivered a communication plan to me early this week or last week. So I did share with principals that communication plan is going to be rolled out to all of them in an effort to improve internal and external communications. But there are specifics to the plan, and we can get that plan to the board. But most importantly, we'll be implementing the plan.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Dr. Hurst, my second question. Dr. Hurst, can you tell me about our enrollment numbers? Are they dropping, increasing, or holding steady right now?
So in my last conversation with Dr. Wold, there is a concern that we are down in enrollment. And I believe the last numbers he shared with me is about, was it 3,000, Dr. Wold?
So it's coming up. We're about a little bit above where we ended the year now. So it's starting as office managers have been back. They're starting to make their inputs. We're below where we were pre-pandemic still by about 700, but it's more optimistic than it was 4 days ago.
Okay, and Dr. Hurst, could you please give me just a description of what, if I went to a school, how would I know that that school has a positive school climate? Can you just tell me what I would be able to see?
So I'm just going to step in for a minute. We broke these presentations out. And so we did all of that with Miss Martin. And we're on the safety portion now. And now we're actually going backwards to where we already came from. I humbly request that you stick to the safety part because that's where we are.
Dr. Hurst, my question is positive school climate part of safety of a school?
I would consider it part of safety. I mean, how the climate and culture is part of keeping a campus safe.
Thank you, sir. Because it's part of how to keep a climate safe, could you please tell me what a positive school climate would look like when I go to a campus so I would be able to see it, what I would be able to see?
I think it would be evident in how the kids are speaking to one another and how they're treating one another. I think they're speaking with one another with respect. I think a positive school climate also has laughter in the air. I think there's positive adult to adult interaction as well. And I would say adult to student interaction is positive.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That gives me a visual of what I would see when I go to a campus. Mr. Booker, I have a safety question for you, and I believe this is question number 4 on this round. Mr. Booker, we talked about if a student in a 2nd grade class is tested positive or is being quarantined. And I asked about, would the mitigation factors or would the contact tracing include people that that student carpools with to school? They carpool with them to school. Would that be part of that contact tracing question type of thing, or no?
No. So our requirement for our contact tracing team is that we get the information that is site-based. Once we have that information, if there were any other people that were exposed and we found that out, we would send that information to the county because they do a contact tracing process as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Booker, for that. And Mr. Booker, the very last question I have about safety in our students. If we have students that wait for their rides or for pickups outside of our campus purview, that grouping or that gathering, that is something that we have no control over, correct? For example, at Hercules, our children get picked up at the swim center, which is right by the school, but it's not on the campus. But we can see the children gathering from the campus. Does that make sense? So do we have any purview? Is there any way of kind of communicating that you still need to spread out? Or is that point, once that last bell rings until the next morning, what do we do in that situation?
So that would be communication that would be sent from the site. The principal would have a communication to the families, that the families enforce that as much as they could. I would suggest probably to that site leader that they have a conversation with the swim center to see what they could possibly do. But you know, when we're off campus, especially when you're dealing with the CSOs, they don't have the authority outside of the campus to deal with a situation like that.
Thank you so much. That's my last question for this round. Mr. Booker, I think I probably have one more round to go, sir.
Christian, you got any more?
Nope.
Gonzalez, Hoy, you got any more?
I don't, President Phillips.
Beckler, you got any more?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I was on mute. You don't have to ask me. I do have some closing comments, but that's it.
And Mr. Booker, this is my last question. Can you talk to me a little bit about the training that our CSOs have when it comes to breaking up skirmishes or dealing with students who don't have masks and are fighting? Are our CSOs allowed to jump in because in that situation? Have we trained CSOs in what to do in that situation? What are we looking at there?
So our CSOs are trained in de-escalation strategies. There also are conflict resolution training, as well as they get training to deal with situations where they may have to inject themselves into it, where it involves more than just the one CSO. So there is a strategy that we use. There is training that they get that they should use in those types of situations.
Has any of that training been changed since COVID?
No, they've had some training with regard to COVID already, because they did work in the spring and summer. So they do have some of that training already. They are scheduled to be trained starting next week. So they will get additional training with regard to that, as well as, you know, the culture and climate of a school and the restorative practices that we're going to incorporate.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Booker. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Trustee Smith-Folds. I have a couple of questions that I need to ask. So the first question, and this question is actually for Mr. Councilman Arturo Cruz, and I don't think Dr. Farnatano is here anymore. So I guess this will be for you, Mr. Booker. Are we still, staff, teachers, or whomever, going to be taking temperatures of students before they come onto campus?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I'm sorry.
No problem.
So no, we will not be doing temperature checks. And the reason why is because if you're asymptomatic, you may not have a fever. That is not a recommendation from CDPH or the county health.
Okay, so that was my follow-up question. So the county doesn't actually recommend that we do temperature checks before the kids come on campus.
That's correct.
Okay. Those are all of the questions that I'm going to ask. I think the rest of the board asked a lot of good questions. And Mr. Cruz, if you're still awake, I hope those questions that I just asked answer the questions that you have as well.